Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business environment, efficient logistics management is essential for success. Companies require robust solutions that can streamline their supply chain processes and enhance overall operational efficiency. Today, we are diving deep into SAP S/4HANA Logistics 2020 training. SAP S/4HANA Logistics is a comprehensive solution that streamlines and optimizes various logistical processes within an organization. Did you know that by implementing SAP S/4HANA Logistics can lead to a 15% cut in logistics costs and a 20% boost in on-time deliveries, directly impacting profitability? In today's fast-paced business world, agility is vital. So in this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP S/4HANA Logistics 2020. Whether you are a beginner or a seasoned pro, there is something here for everyone. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. Introduction to SAP S/4HANA. 2. The path to S/4HANA. 3. Introduction to HANA database. 4. SAP S/4HANA Simple Logistics. 5. Next generation ERP for the digital economy. Let's dive in.
Whenever we go to a client, right? So we have been, as I was discussing, what is the benefits that S/4HANA. Now, when we talk about SAP S/4HANA, right? Normally when you go to a customer and say, now because customers are all either moving from an ECC to S4 or they are moving from a non-SAP to S4. Right? As you all know, SAP is an enterprise platform. It's an ERP-based platform, which is trying to bring in all businesses under one common platform, all business functionalities. For example, your sales, right? Procurement, your manufacturing, right? These are all core functionalities, which no more can work in silos, right? Because when you want to have sales is dependent on from where the materials are going to be coming in. Procurement is dependent on, or manufacturing is dependent. They all have interdependencies, right? Nothing can work in silos. All these three modules are dependent on your HR or your FI module, right? Your HR or FI business function. So now, additionally, now one part is, yes, they have a HANA as a database, as I was mentioning, which gives you a flexibility of having it on the in-memory database, all your in-memory calculation engine, transactions, analytics, right? Embedded into one box, right? I said there is something called as columnar storage, right? There is a columnar storage where everything previously it was all a row format. Now they are transforming it to a columnar format. And I said it is a multiple parallel processing, right? Where they are able to process the data, segregate it across multiple cores in a CPU. So these are the things on which HANA as a database was developed. Then they moved from HANA to your HANA, which can be your ECC system can be placed on HANA. They call this as a suite on HANA, right? From suite on HANA, they went to a more S/4HANA, right? S/4HANA, because see, S/4HANA is basically they're trying to build a platform, build a technology, which is going to be a global digital transformation, which is going to enable the global digital transformation in the SAP space. When I say global digital transformation, see, one thing is we should understand the data is always, as I said, the data is there everywhere, right? Now, when you talk about the new IT or the information technology front, data is called as a new oil, right? Because data is segregated everywhere. But when will the data add a value? Only if the data is accessed, data is able to be converted into something called as reports. Right? Just stop me if there is anything. If you're not clear, probably we can discuss that. So when you talk about data will not add any value until the data is harnessed. The data is converted into a format which can give me meaningful results. That is only possible when the data gets converted into my reports, right? So that is the reason who accesses the reports on a real-time basis is basically the CXO level people in a company, right? Sales heads, or maybe your procurement heads, your finance heads. So these people are the ones who basically see these reports, and these reports are being used by them for a day-to-day business decisions. That's the reason now they're calling it as a system of information, which is basically the data which is harnessed from multiple sources, converting into system of records. Records is nothing but how your reporting is achieved, right? The main purpose of HANA is high performance analytical, right? The main core agenda of bringing this HANA is how does it help the digital space, right? How do you do the reporting especially, right? So where does the data come from? As I was mentioning, the data comes from various sources, right? It could be from social media. It could be from your mobile, right? It could be from various platforms, various other platform which is emerging. So the data will have a value. For example, suppose if a product is launched, right? Imagine if a marketing team wants to launch a subsequent project, if the product is not being well accepted in the market, again, there's no point in launching a product which is a sequel of the product which has already been launched. So in the cases, they need to have the information which is residing outside their ecosystem. They want to bring this information. That is where bring this information from various sources and then bring it into their ecosystem. And from there, they can generate their reports, right? So that is the reason this new technology of something called as big data, right? Big data's job is basically to convert your semi-structured or your unstructured data. Semi-structured is because these data can be in various formats. It could be in the form of audio. It could be in the form of video. It could be in the form of text, right? Now, when we talk about the digital transformation is basically, these are all various formats. How do I access this data? How do I convert into reports, right? This needs to be in a, when I say my database, it has to get into my database. It has to be converted from an unstructured data to a structured data, right? It has to be into structured data, only then it will fit into my database. It is no more unstructured data. That's where the big data comes in. You've heard of this terminology called HDFS, right? Hadoop distributed file system, or heard of something called as Hive. These are the new. These are not new tools. It's been there in the market, but the leverage. These tools are being leveraged now on the higher side for converting all your unstructured and semi-structured data into structured data. Only then these data can be harnessed and this data can have a meaningful value. So does it make sense? Right. So when we talk about that's where the digital transformation, till date SAP was accessing the data which was in their ecosystem. Right now they understood that data is not only important, the data which is residing in their own ecosystem is not only important, the data residing outside my ecosystem is also equivalently important for a business to take a decision, because whatever business decisions are taken internally will always have an impact for when they rely only on an internal data. When external data comes in and adds more value, that's when they'll be able to see what is people's mindset. So suppose a product is launched, right? The reviews are across multiple sources, right? Outside the ecosystem. So it could be sometimes it will be on YouTube, it will be on Facebook, it will be on Twitter, right? It could be on Insta post. So it will be on multiple sources. How to bring all this information into one single structure from where I can use that particular information for my reporting, right? Because that's where the globalization of business networks, they call it. All your business networks like your social media, mobile, big data, they're bringing in and they're trying to leverage that globalization of business networks onto one common platform. So what happens is this, because your business processes needs to be a little bit complex, right? Till today, they were using a business process which was basically aligned to a specific ecosystem. Now your business process have to be going one step higher, right? Because it needs to be a little more complex and it has to process the robust data, right? More complex software solutions have to be aligned. So for that, where does it have an impact? On the processing capability. The processing capability takes a major thing. That's where your normal database is not in a position. See, you cannot blame any product because that product is designed for that era of computing, right? As and when the the IT era or the IT transformation happens, there has to be a product that needs to be innovated to meet the requirements for that particular spread of this timeline of the technology, right? So now when we're discussing, right, we're telling, because when you talk about when HANA as a database was initially introduced, right, we never had this technology, but they foresaw all these technologies so that these technologies are the ones which is going to be in future. So why did they bring HANA? Especially, see, it's an in-memory database, right? And imagine when 5 years, 10 years back, storing on a memory was very expensive. Now memory is becoming very cheap, right? Imagine when as an individual I can afford it, imagine at an enterprise level an organization can afford it to store data on their memory, right? And organizations are now in a position where they can afford powerful multi-core processors, right? When we talk about it, in the few years, there have been significant advancement in technology, right? Where a lot of application developers are leveraging that advances in the technology to build more smarter and more powerful products, right? So that is the reason your onboard caches, especially when you talk about your processing capabilities, onboard caches. So when you talk about a cache memory comes in picture. When you talk about, you have your CPU, you have your memory, and you have your database, right? You have something called as cache, right? Because they have something called as onboard cache, because there is a thin air that passes between your memory and your CPU. That basically enhances the throughput of the system, right? Because based on which, if the cache is not optimized, that's the reason how they're trying now. Now they have brought the optimized cache into performance, because your memory will have an impact. So technically, I'm just talking about technically how this has been aligned. But yes, we need to understand how this technology, because future it's not going to be only a functional role, right? We need to understand more of technology, right? Gone are those days when a consultant will be more only of a functional alignment. But now a consultant needs to be aligned technically as well. Do you understand? Do you agree with me? Because now no more only technology is going to be, no more only functional role is going to be a player. It is going to be more of a technology plus a functional. Technologies, because SAP is a technology oriented company, right? Now, when you talk about technology, you would heard of something called as your AI, artificial and machine learning. Now you heard of something called as predictive analytics. You heard of the term called predictive analytics, where they are able to predict what is going to be my futuristic information. For example, how my future sales are going to be. In next 2 years, what is going to be my future sales? In next 2 years, what is going to be my demand? In next year, next 1 year or something, how much of account receivables, so how much of amount I can get in. So that is all predicted. So all these things, when you talk about predictions, it's again a technology comes in. Your machine learning is being leveraged in the functional space as well to align with the technological and the functional orientation, right? So technology consultants are there. Yes, when I say technology, I'm not talking about technical, right? Many people confuse technology and when I say technology, it is the adaptation of the function. When you talk about technical, it is something where you sit and do the when I talk about technical, it is more to do with the programming. When I'm talking about in terms of the ABAP technical, more to do with the programming, more to do with your ABAP programming or a Fiori programming. That's the reason when you see, as I was explaining, see, normally when you see, you go to any customer. This is a common question that will be asked across to every customer. Boss, I am doing well in my ERP, in my existing ECC or a non SAP platform. What is it that will make me switch to HANA? Right? These three fundamental questions is, if I write it across, one is, what is HANA offering? Why should I move to HANA? How should I move to HANA? These are the fundamental questions that needs to be answered to any customer, or the customer will be seeking an answer to this, right? Only then he will be able to propose for an S4 solution. First, the way I explained to you, right? Because when you talk to a customer, he'll be completely layman, right? Because he might not know what is HANA is, right? So we need to explain to them what is the purpose. The way I explained yesterday, right? What is the purpose of HANA? Why was HANA brought in, right? How this HANA is going to aid in the transformation that is going to happen across the IT space, right? At least for the next 15, 20 years, as I was mentioning, how this HANA is going to be the front runner in terms of the ERP space, right? So, which brings in all these functionalities like your in-memory database, in-memory calculation engine. When we talk about your, I said your transactions analytics getting integrated, your columnar storage. Because again, the data, right? I said the data is across two challenges: storing the data, processing the data. With the HANA functionalities, which I explained, it addresses both storing and processing, right? There itself, the data problem is solved. Then why should I move to HANA? This comes in. That's where the customer's pain points has to be analyzed. What is the customer currently handling? What is it that he's facing the bottlenecks when he's able to process his data? Right? How, when he's moved to HANA database or when he's moving to an S4 HANA system, how this will help him in mitigate those risks that he's currently facing, mitigate those challenges that is currently facing. Right? Because it is again a transformation from the customer side. So customer will be only if a customer is convinced with these two answers. How is basically consultant's role, right? His job is to find out what is HANA and why should he move to HANA. These two questions are answered. Then the question comes in is how should he move to HANA? That's consultant's role. What are all necessary steps? What are the initial levels of validation that needs to be done? But first, for him to make a decision, these two questions needs to be answered, right? Then when we are discussing about HANA or when we talk about from an HANA database, when we move towards an S4 HANA, right? S4 predominantly talks about simplifications. On what parameters are these simplifications? I said there are 5 pillars on which the simplifications have been built up. One is your table. One is your T codes. One is your business functionalities. One is your UI. There are other one is your code push down. So your tables and T codes, this is basically called as your simplified data model. What is a simplified data model? How they want to simplify the tables and the T codes, because eventually these tables and T codes are linked to the programs. The more and more custom tables, more and more tables are there, which is again adding stress on the system. That's adding more and more stress on the system. When you add more and more stress on the system, it eventually impacts the I/O or the throughput of the system. Right? That's imperative that it will be impacting the performance of the system again. So in order to see how HANA has been redesigned for meeting the performance, again, it doesn't make sense to add more and more tables and T codes, right? I'm talking about from R12 to R2 to R3, especially in the R3 space, I'm talking about for the past 15, 20 years. Everything was focusing on increasing the tables and the T codes, right? More and more enhancement comes in, additional tables used to come in, additional T codes, on top of multiple modules used to be there. Right now, it's the time when they redesigned the simplification. They said, let me see what is required and what is not required. Why should I use the existing tables? When I can simplify these things, when I can say what is required and what is not required, let me decide, because this is the time, because when I'm going to redesign a new system, this is where the company had the flexibility to say, yes, I need these tables, I need these T codes. Why should I keep everything again just because it was there in the existing system, right? So whenever we are doing this, right? So in that cases, why how the tables or T codes are aligned? What I was discussing is all summarized in this one particular diagram, right? So S4HANA, the data everywhere. It's coming from multiple sources. It could come from social media, messages, email platforms, your sensors, because sensors again plays a clear role. You're talking about an IoT, right? Internet of Things. When you talk about IoT, it's more of data coming in from external sources through sensors. They're bringing the data, streaming the data into my ecosystem, and from there it is going to be entering my particular database. Right? This is the timeline which I mentioned. The path to SAP S4HANA R1, R2, R3, and we brought in the ERP space, right? We brought in the ERP space. So based on which So especially when you see 2004, right, when internet era was getting strong, right? So what happens is your business network and all the customers, they were having more, they were focusing more on the integration part, right? On developing more and more business applications on the web, right? That's when SAP came out with something called, you heard of something called as NetWeaver, right? NW, which basically causes an integration application platform. Now when during this time, all the SAP applications were running on one common platform. So where customers and partners, whoever are there on the SAP side, which they help them in building and integrating all their existing applications, right, into something called into the standard web standards. They used to call something called as SOA. You've heard of something called as SOA, service oriented architecture. That's when R3 name changed it to ERP. So 2004 they came out with it. Then they gave BW on HANA. And 2011, first HANA was launched. 2012 they made a BW on HANA. 2013 they came out with Suite on HANA, and 2015 they actually launched S4 HANA. Officially it was 2014 they launched, but it was a simple finance. But overall, from a logistics perspective, they launched the entire module in the 2015. And what is the path to HANA? Why did they make? I was talking about the powerful core process, right? Huge affordable memory and the optimized cache in terms of how this there passes between your CPU and your memory. And cloud, especially the advantage is that now the deployment is given both on on-premise as well as a cloud-based deployment. And what is so mainly when you see why this question is asked, right? Why should I move to HANA? Right? The question is, what is HANA offering is one part. Why should I move to HANA? These pain points come into picture. Exploding data volume. The data is coming from various sources, right? And how does business or IT needs to align to this particular data exploding that is happening? A new type of data, I said, right? So the data could come from a lot of sources, right? It could be in the form of YouTube, it could be in the form of YouTube feeds, it could be in the form of your Skype, it could be in the form of Facebook, it could be in the form of Insta feeds, right? Twitter handles, all these things, the data is coming in. And the problem is you have so much of data, but your system good enough to handle those data? Right? The question comes whether is my system good enough to handle those data and take it forward. Right? So when I talk about the challenges which business and IT had, especially, right? From IT side, it was high costs, right? Because they had to stack in more and more servers and more storage, more and more networking equipments into their data center. And it was adding to more and more cost, right? And inadequate technology, because the technology, though whatever I add it on the IT side, if the technology is not supporting, IT is on a higher strain to just scale up their hardware ecosystem. Then the business had their own challenges. See, business and IT will have to work hand in hand. IT had its own challenges and business has its own challenges because their data is there. But how do I react or uncover opportunities out of this data? Right? How do they do that? How do they see what is the trend analysis? What is the pattern analysis? Right? They wanted to improve on the planning side, forecasting side, financial close process, all these things they wanted to do it. So that's what this is the thing on which their HANA was developed. Right? When the data moves from your hard disk and your when the request comes from the CPU, it drills down to the RAM, and from there it goes to the hard disk. When the data moves from the hard disk to the RAM, it is comparatively slow. It is around 80 to 90% of the time it gets consumed over here when the data moves from the hard disk to the RAM. And whereas it moves from the RAM to the CPU, which is where there's a cache in between, right? So cache, that's the reason they optimize this cache so that the performance of the system gets enhanced. And that is faster. That's the reason they said I'm going to put everything onto the memory, so that I do not rely completely on me only on my database. So everything is an in-memory storage, right? So that's the reason when HANA as a product was developed, high performance analytical appliance. When I say appliance, as I was mentioning, it's a combination of software and hardware, right? What are the challenges? As I was telling, your transaction system was separate, your warehouse system or your data warehouse system was separate. That is, your business warehouse system was separate. Now they come to both in the transaction as analytics, right? This is what I was mentioning, right? When you talk about how this data gets combined, how the data gets processed, right? What are the application platform that capabilities in the in-memory side, right? So they can use a lot of things on a predictive analytics. They can use this platform for planning. They can use this for text processing. Text processing is again a wider area where a lot of work is being done. Then you have something called a spatial analytics, geospatial analytics. They take your geo coordinates in fetching this information from your satellites, and they are able to predict the information, right? How your business analytics is going to work. That's the reason when you see the steadily how this why and the what question needs to be answered. When you go to a customer, why and what becomes a prominent thing. Why should he move to HANA? That is, what is it that HANA is offering? That is something which will need to be very clear. Why we need to move, that becomes that comes in understanding what pain points that is currently facing. Right. So that's the reason why and what question is the foremost thing when, as a consultant, we approach a business. Yes, of course, there could be some games where a pre-sales where we will be working with the pre-sales team. So in that case, there's a lot of technical information which we need to read down. Probably we need to work with the pre-sales and getting these templates done, or being in calls with the pre-sales team to ensure that it is done. Right. So when you talk about data processing, right, I was mentioning how this data gets processed in an old way to a new way. See, now when you see on the left-hand side, the data was processed. So you had something called as all your business applications where the data was existing, from where it used to get copied. So you see here, it is getting copied from here to an ODS, operational data store. And then I have my ETL tool. ETL is nothing but extract transformation load. The data used to be pulled from the source, done some changes in the data, and it used to upload into the data warehouse. Right? When you talk about a data warehouse, data warehouse is a huge thing. So you will have all the data into the data warehouse. Then I can segregate my data warehouse. For example, I want to segregate it as a sales information, procurement information, or manufacturing information within the data warehouse. So each categorized information, it is called as data mart, right? In a data admin thing, they used to call it as a data mart. So sales data mart, procurement data mart, manufacturing data mart. So you'll have individual cluster of data that is getting segregated further on this data mart. And when you talk about an index and aggregates, so in ECC, you had something called as index tables. Heard of something called as index tables? So index tables, what they used to do, their job is to refer to multiple. So index is like your textbook. Like when you see a book, there will be an index in the last. So they'll all be referring to multiple pages. That will be common. That's the reason there will be multiple tables which will be referenced to each other. That is called as index. And aggregates is something. Suppose suppose I want to see what is the cumulative quantity getting confirmed, right? They were all called as aggregates. They used to be stored in a separate table, and it used to do the aggregation. So now that is again you're getting into a separate processing mode where it adds more and more pressure on the processing ecosystem, right? So what they said is, let me remove this index and aggregates. They said in an S4 HANA environment, let me reduce this index aggregates. Let me reduce it so that this index and aggregates can be on the fly. I have tables, right? Why should I have index and aggregates separately on a platform? So let me do it on the fly. On the fly, let us run it. Right? Whenever it is required, let it generate, because my database is able to, capabilities of my database has been aligned to such a way that they can use the index. They can generate indexes, they can do the aggregates on the fly. Right? So that is the reason if you see this, what you see on the left hand side, and from there on the aggregates, there used to be queries that used to be run. And the query results used to be there, then used to have a calculation engine. So with the in-memory database, what happens completely in memory? So it's processing. The processing capabilities is 10,000 times faster than your normal traditional database. And there are no optimizations required. So more data in less space. So they're able to, so when you talk about in-memory, you can squeeze it out. They have something called as compression technology in the in-memory space. They have a compression technology where they can compress larger data into a slightly smaller volumes of data so that you can have more data in less space. And it helps in faster business intelligence, right? So you don't have any more ODS, you don't have any more data warehouses, you don't have any more index and aggregates functionalities getting triggered, right? And directly you will have a seamless information that gets passed on from my database to my decision maker or to my person, whoever is passing on the query. So is this clear? What is the purpose of HANA as a database which is brought in? What is the why they how they are trying to eliminate all this middle processes or the integration process in place? So when you talk about deployment of HANA, so you have something called as your on-premise deployment and a cloud deployment. I was discussing about an on-premise versions, right? So I said when you talk about an on-premise logistics as a module, there are two deployments: on-premise deployment, cloud-based deployment. On-premise is basically at a client side, customers, data center. When we talk about on-premise, 1511, 1610, 1709, 1809, 1909. After 1909, they changed the format to a 2020. Currently, we are in the 2021 version. So almost we have seen almost 6 to 7 versions on the on-premise. On the cloud side, the start is 1503, 1508, currently 2202. Previously, it was 2111. Every 3 months, the innovation cycle is yearly. Innovation cycle is quarterly. Right? The deployment is again cloud-based deployment as well as an on-premise based deployment. Right? So now the choices are given to this, or you can have a hybrid deployment. Some people will have some on-premise, some cloud. Cloud hybrid deployment is also possible. And on top of it, next the functionality in S4HANA, as I said, it's a user experience. Okay, what we'll do is, I think we have been discussing more on the concept wise. So let us move to the system just to show you what is an on-prem. We are doing an on-premise system. So talk about user interface. There are two user interface. One is a backend, which is called as your ABAP. So currently I'm using the 2021 system. This is your backend side of it, where you can do the configuration. You can go to configuration. You need to go to SPRO, click on SAP reference IMG. You will have the notes look similar to what you had in your ECC platform. But yes, there is a difference. I'll explain to you that what all things have got added up into this particular. Now, there is something called as this is your backend. Suppose I want to create a sales order, for example. I have a transaction called VS01. Suppose I want to create, this is a backend where I can create a sales order. So sales order will be always aligned to something called a sales area. Sales area is a combination of sales organization, under what distribution channel you want to do, under which division you're going to sell it. So I'll have to enter a customer for a sales order. I'll have to enter the material, which material I'm going to create a sales order. I'm going to enter a quantity. Now I create a sales order. Now the sales order will have to go for they call it something called as an availability check. So that's okay. I'm just showing you because people are not aware. I will discuss this a little bit later. But we're just creating a sales order. This is my backend where I've created a sales order. 4638 is basically my sales order number. So from a user's perspective, now they come out with a new UI platform. They call it as a Fiori platform. Now, how do you access Fiori? So when I go to here, I go to my Fiori login. This is my Fiori login. Yes. Yamos. Fiori is common for cloud and on-premise, both on-premise and cloud. Because cloud, at least in on-premise, you will have an access to both back and front end. When you talk about a cloud, it will be predominantly only the Fiori set. This is my Fiori. Is it clear? Okay. So now I enter my login. This is basically called as my Fiori Launchpad. Suppose you want to search a sales order which is created. So we have created a sales order, right? I think the sales order number is 4638. 4638. Suppose I want to go and search a sales order over here. I do not know there are multiple tiles would be there, but I do not know how to search it. Simple thing, when a user can go, he can go here. He can go, okay. What he can do is he can go to the search bar. He can go here. It is a sales order, right? He can go down. He can go for a sales order. You can enter the sales order number 4638. See, the sales order, whatever we created now is reflecting over here. Suppose I want to see a list of sales orders, right? I get to see all the sales orders over here. I can print the sales order, right? I can print the sales order based on my requirement. Or I want to say, what I do is I go here, I click on manage sales order. You see here all the sales order, or I can say this particular sales order gets reflected. I want to get into the sales order. I go into this particular sales order. You see this is the particular sales order which has been created. Or if I want to get into sales order, I click on here. The way you see the sales order over here will be different to what you have created, in the sense the interface which you see what you have created in the backend, because what we use is a backend to create the sales order. But what we are extracting or what from where we are accessing this information is basically the front end. So this is basically your front end. You are seeing the sales order. You see you are seeing the sales order which is created. What is the net value? What are the items? Who are the business partners involved? Who is going to be the sold to party, in the sense whom it is being sold, whom it is getting shipped to, whom it is getting billed to, who is the payer over here. Right after the sales order gets created, now subsequently we'll have to do the planned delivery. Then I go into if you want to create a delivery, I want to see what is the status of this sales order. I can go to something called a track sales order. What stage is the sales order in? So this is giving you more flexibility in the way. See, overall processing, if I get into details, so currently what stage the sales order is in is shown here. I think people who already worked on SAP, I hope you can see a difference over here. I think probably someone who has worked on SAP, probably they can cite the difference, but anyway, this is more interactive in terms of the way you use the system, right? It's completely a transformation, because see, what was the need for this transformation? The major reason is the generation of users are changing, right? So here, if you see delivery due in the next 2 days, I go here. I want to create a delivery. I can create a delivery here. Delivery is created, right? Now what I'll do is, it's not delivered. Okay, so what you can do is you can go to the delivery. Delivery order. 1 minute. Create delivery. So delivery is created, but 1 minute. Wait a minute. So I'll just try creating a delivery here. Okay, let me check. There is a database issue here. 1 minute. Update is getting cancelled on. So here, if I go ahead and create a delivery, let me do here deliver. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create it on 22nd. Or maybe what I can do is let me come out. Let me, because it is being created on 22nd, but here you can, when you want to create a delivery, what you can do is I can go here, deliver, right? I'm giving you 10 quantity. Then I can do the post goods issue. Okay, delivery is created. Now what I do is, okay, see, there is some issue. So now the delivery got created. Let me check if the delivery is reflecting. Okay, see, the delivery got created, but only the sales order is reflecting, because there is a database issue where this delivery created is not getting updated. So I'll just speak to the database team. So now I can go once your delivery is done, then subsequently. But when you see here, you can track it very sequentially. Suppose in this case, I want to see not only my sales order, I want to see all the sales orders, track all the sales orders in the system. Where exactly it is called stuck up, right? You see here all sales orders where it is stuck up. order processing, or it could be. So I want to extract all this information into my spreadsheet. I can just extract it into my spreadsheet and I can, my spreadsheet is available. Click on the spreadsheet. You see here all data which is there. You can extract it into a spreadsheet and you can do a decision. Or suppose this information I need to pass on to someone, I can just send an email or I can send an email or save it as a tag. So is this clear? What is the role of a Fiori here? Because Fiori forms a very powerful UI interface, right? Which gives a flexibility for any user to handle it, right? Because when you see, if I need to enter a transaction code in the backend, how many transactions there are per transaction code for multiple transactions which are happening on a daily basis, right? In that cases, how do you see this? This transaction code, you cannot expect the user to remember all those things. Wherein here, it is based on the tile. So suppose if I see here, I click on here, go to sales order, sales orders. So here, when he wants to create a sales order, he can directly go to create sales orders, right? If I want to create a sales order in the backend, so I'll just go here, create a sales order. I enter my sales organization, but this is the way I create it in the front end. I create it. What you create in the backend, I'm trying to enter the same thing. I will enter my sold to party, who is the customer, right? Customer reference, I'll enter it as a PO. And what are the items that I need to enter? I click on this, enter my item. What is the request quantity? Now when you see, I want to see now every time they need to check, they need to set up a delivery block, right? They want to, what delivery block needs to be set up? I can set up a delivery block. I can set up a billing block. What billing block needs to be set up? I'll set up a billing block. But every time they want to say, I want to, now the overall status is blocked. My sales order is not blocked. That means that the sales order is having an issue, right? What they will do, what I can do is, suppose I want to say, what I can do is, I can go here, I can enter my customer. I do not know the sales order. What I'll do is, or if I know my sales order, for example, I think the sales order is, if I want to know the sales order, I can go to manage sales order, click on go. So all sales order gets accumulated 4639. Whatever the latest you create, that will be appearing in the front. Right? Suppose if you want to add more and more data, so you want to see who is created by, when what is created. I want to add it as part of this list. You will see more and more columns getting added up here. Okay, 4639 is my sales order. Suppose I want to see, sorry, any question? Yeah, Fiori is mostly used by the end users, but we as consultant needs to know, because at the end of the day, the end user does not know anything about Fiori. When a product gets implemented, we are the ones who are going to train them. So we should know better in terms of what functionalities, what is the purpose of that particular specific Fiori tile, how it is working, everything like what I'm giving you. This needs to be drilled down during the implementation time for them. Fiori is not more of a configuration; it is more of an end user. But yes, there are few things on the Fiori side. When I say configuration, where business would maintain the data, right? Where in some terms you can, there's an overlap between configuration and as well as the business data as well, in some cases. Yes. So is it clear? So here, if I want to see for this particular customer, or if I want to see, okay, let me pull out the issue. So if I say my sales order is having an issue, or I want to see what are the issues in the sales order, what I'll do is I'll go to the customer, I'll enter my customer. Customer is the one who's, I'll go here, I'll go to something called as customer 360-degree view. So customer has contacts over here. So what I'll do is I scroll down. So this particular, for this customer, what are the sales orders created? What are the contracts created? What are the return orders created for this customer? What are the credit memo requests that are created? What are the existing debit memo requests? If there is scheduling agreement for this customer, if there is any billing documents for this customer, if there are fulfillment issues for this particular customer, and you see here, there are fulfillment issues. What all sales orders are having fulfillment issues? I'll go to something called as resolve sales orders. When you see here, this particular thing will give you the issues, total issues by issue category. So let it load, because it takes some time, because it's all real-time information. That's what I said. Real-time information gets fetched on the fly for you. So what are the issues at the order level? What are the issues in the supply level? What is the issue in the delivery level? Right? So issues by sales organization, right? At the sales organization level, what are the issues? Issued by the customer. At a customer level, what are the issues? How many issues are there against each customer? So week on week, how this issue is all progressing. So suppose someone wants to see this particular report, he can either use it in this way, or he can use it in an analytical platform. So when you see here, what are the delivery issues? What are the billing issues? What are the shipping issues? Suppose if I want to see what is the delivery issue, I go to the delivery thing here. Here, if you see, all my delivery issues gets populated here. See, my sales order is 4639, right? It's having a delivery block. I click on this. Delivery block is there, what we created. So if the business wants to see the delivery block, they want to remove the delivery block, they can remove it directly. Then they see, yes, the same thing. I go here, my delivery block gets removed for this particular sales order. I go to delivery issue. You see, this is moved out of my delivery issue. Then I go to my delivery issues there, because delivery issue still the delivery is not created. I want to say I want to remove my billing block. I go here, I remove my billing block. Right? I remove my billing block, or I want to, okay, I can remove my billing block, or I want to edit the payment terms and then remove my billing block. So now if you go and see delivery issue, see my order is not out, is not there existing. Right? My order is no more there because my order is out of the issue. There's no delivery issue, there's no billing issue. Directly I can go ahead and create a delivery here. Right? See, there is this information which is reflecting here. Suppose I want to see, I do not want this information in the donut chart. I want it to be in a line chart. Right? I can see the information. Depends how business wants to see the information. They can align the charts accordingly. There are multiple ways by which I can see the information. Suppose they say I want to have a columnar chart here. Right? Delivery issues, I can directly put it on. I do not want a donut chart. I do not want a line chart or the bar chart. I want to I see the information. The business has the flexibility to see the information in detail. So if you want to see, I want to have how this approve, I want to have see the approval status as well. You can just add this information. I can view this information by billing block. So is it clear? It's all about how you can see the information in various patterns. So I just wanted to give you a flavor of the Fiori. That's the reason I just thought, so that we get to align with what we are discussing. Suppose you say I want to have a stack bar chart here. See here the budget, the way the information is getting changed. I want to see a waterfall chart on real time. This will all be this. Whatever you're seeing is all real time. What are the total number of issues? At a shipping level, what are the total number of issues? This is how you have. Yes, we will be discussing this. I'm just giving you. We'll discuss in detail about these Fiori tales. But for you to understand this being the first session, so I just wanted to give you a glimpse of what the system is. What system are we going to use it in our sessions? And currently, if you see the system, when you see here, I go to these details. You see here we are on 2021. Fiori is basically it's a front-end system. 2021. Fiori is for Hana. 2021. So now, when you see here, this is how the power of Fiori that comes in. Fiori back-end, front-end, which gets aligned, right? So you can play around with the information based on what we have. So it's basically a graphical document flow. When you want to see the document flow over here in the Fiori side, this will be more of a graphical oriented. See, you're buying a license for the system. Yes, there are a few things which are included, which are not included. So normally, how a system is designed is basically, so in your ECC, so you have two systems. One is basically called as supply chain planning. You have something called as supply chain fulfillment. So in the supply chain fulfillment, you had your ECC system. So which was interacting with your supply chain planning system. You had something called as SAP EIS. They call this as an executive information system. SAP EIS was there. Then they had something called as SAP SCIC. SCIC, supply chain info center, right? Supply chain info center. Then you had something called as SAP APO module. You heard of something called as APO, which is called as an advanced planning and optimization. APO had multiple modules within it. They had something called as demand planning, supply network planning, production planning detail system, and we had something called as global availability promise. These are the 4 submodules within an APO. So EC system is working with the APO system. They are integrating it through the SIFT module, core interfaces. The EC system, when you talk about this, is all supply chain planning system. When you talk about within a supply chain fulfillment system, so you have your ECC system, you have a transportation management. ECC used to do the shipments to the transportation, and that was integrated to a PI platform, process integration. And you have your EWM. So one more thing we should understand is, in your ECC system, you had something called as your WM module, warehouse management. In S4, you no more WM. So in turn, your EC system was working with your EWM system through a PI module, PI integration, right? PI or sometimes any interfaces where they were integrating with the EWM system. Now what they've done is, if you see, this is all your existing EC system, supply chain fulfillment. In supply chain fulfillment, they brought in your SAP as EM, enterprise management. And what they brought in is, this PPDS was there, right? Production planning detail scheduling. That PPDS is brought into your S4 system as an advanced planning system, right? They brought in this global availability promise into the S4. I'll tell you the year also, probably. This PPDS was brought in 2016. GATP was brought into as an advanced availability promise. This is brought in 2016, right? And your EWM system is now called in S4 as an advanced warehousing. This was again brought in 2016. Then you have your TM system, which was brought in the same box as advanced transportation. So you have all these things in-housed in a same box, right? That's where they call this as a single source of truth. What is basically called a single source of truth? They're trying to put everything into one single box. Let it not work on multiple boxes, because what happens is when you work in a pattern where you are interacting with multiple boxes, your system interacts with multiple boxes, that leads to a lot of redundancies. You will see a lot of exchange of information happens between one box to the other box, or one system to other system. When the redundancies happen, when you talk about redundancies, a lot of data gets stuck when moving from one system to other system, because data used to be they used to be passed through something called as queues. You would have seen a lot of queues used to get stuck up, right? And clearing those queues becomes a hectic task, and a lot of information or a lot of time gets wasted. So they said, let me make one single box, let it all integrate into one single box. So it'll all be in one single box where the information lies in one single box, so that the redundancies gets mitigated there. So is it clear? Yeah. So now, to answer your question, if a customer is not having a manufacturing, yes, right? So if the customer is not having manufacturing, then how does the system gets addressed? This issue gets addressed. See what happens if a customer, see, you will be buying an enterprise model, needs to be you are buying the license only for this enterprise management. This will have a core function, sales, procurement, manufacturing, because it's all integrated to FI as well. But yes, but you have flexibility where you say, I do not want advanced planning. This is licensed separately. Advanced warehouse is licensed separately. Advanced transportation is licensed separately. In the sense, you can pick and choose between what you want to what you not want between these two. See, yeah. So when you talk about SD, PP, right? In ECC, they were all called as modules, right? Now in S4, they're all called as LOB, line of business. They have something called as sales as an LOB. is now called as sourcing and procurement, LOB. So that's the reason when you talk about ECC, they used to say which module are you in. Now in S4, they call which LOB are you in. PP is aligned to manufacturing. It's all aligned to our enterprise management under S4, even your FI. It's all under you have under individual nodes. So for example, when I open the system, I go to your SPRO, SAP reference IMG. See, you see here, sales and distribution is a separate node. Metals management, under which you have purchasing, inventory management, right? And a different node. Then you have something called as production planning, production. This is in a different node. So it's all combined under individual nodes. But when you see, you had something called as warehouse management. You don't have warehouse management. They brought in your extended warehouse management into the same box. So EWM is integrated into the same box. Your transportation management is integrated in the same box. You don't have separate boxes for this. So it's all integrated in the same box. If you say I already have a TM system, I can still that integration can be done. Need not be always you need to use it because already the customer is already using an EWM system. Why will he decommission that system and say a customer who's not using it? Probably for him it is an added advantage where he can use it. Right? Then he has already paid for the license over there. Why should he again pay a license over here? That's an additional thing. So now we talked about a supply chain planning, right? Supply chain execution side. On the planning side, how it has changed. So we talk about the execution side. On supply chain planning side, so what happened is they brought something called as your IBP. You heard of this called as IBP, SAP IBP. They call it something called as integrated business planning. So what has brought it? And one more thing, APO was a module which is available on the on-premise side. And one should understand that the APO module is slightly a complicated module to implement and manage. And the amount of, because we need to have separate systems, because it used to have cubicle data, we need to have live cache integration. A lot of complexities were there in the APO. So what they said is, let me launch this IBP. And IBP is something where SAP said, I'm not going to launch as an on-premise solution. I'm going to launch it as a cloud solution, right? So what happens is IBP, how it is launched as a cloud. Suppose I have an on-premise solution, right? I'm doing the sales activities over here. I'll have a planning system, which is here IBP. So what happens is this will be a cloud system. Cloud to on-premise can be integrated. Normally, they can be integrated to something called as SCP, or previously they used to call us HCI, Hana Cloud Integration, or they call it as a SAP Cloud Platform. So this SCP or HCI gets the information exchange between both of them seamlessly. So what happens is, whenever you want to have a planning, I can go to the cloud system, do the planning, bring the plan data, execute based on the planning that has been planned. Next set of planning. So I'll not be doing planning every day, right? I'll be doing it on certain cycles wherever planning involvement is there. So why should I have a separate system sitting and maintaining that? It's a hectic task. So they said, I'm doing an on-premise cloud version. I'll give you an access to cloud system. You can integrate to SAP Cloud Platform or HANA Cloud integration. That will give you more flexibility in having a seamless exchange of information between your on-premise system and a cloud system. Is it clear? So that is the reason when they did this planning for IBP, they brought in something called as Supply Chain Control Center, the separate module. So this is basically aligned to your SCIC. SCIC, they called it as a supply chain control system. This was IBP was launched in 2014 itself, even before SAP was launched, because this is a planning system. They wanted to launch it. They launched it in 2014 itself. And the DP and SNP part, right? They brought it under something called as your sales and operations planning. We have previously had your sales ops. Now, sales and operation planning is part of your IBP. What comes under? You have your demand, you have your inventory, you have your supply and response. These are all brought in 2014. So now your IBP, when you see, your IBP will be a part of, because when they say your EIS has been brought into the inventory model. Executive information system has been brought into an inventory model. So is this clear? If you understand this diagram, you can understand completely how the structure of SAP on the S4 side, how these models have all been integrated, right? How the different models have been integrated, on what basis your easy supply chain fulfillment system has been done, to what level is your supply chain planning system has been aligned. Because I know that there are a few information which is getting bombarded, but this is how the system, I wanted to explain the system integration, system part point of view. So that's the reason I had to tell this information, because this is equally important to understand before you get into the subsequent topics. This is an S4 HANA. Completely, you need to understand how the structure of HANA, structure of S4 HANA has been aligned. So have your backend system. So when you see here, this is your backend. So the data that I create over here, or the data I created over here, is one and the same, right? On the Fiori side, I created data. I created data over here, or I created data over here, is one and the same. Suppose if, but how is the data? So suppose I have two systems now. SAP Fiori. Then I have my GI. Right? I create a sales order. For example, I created a sales order over here. I created a sales order over here. Either I created data over here, or I created data over here. I created data over here. I can access this using the same data using here VS02 or VS03 transaction. Or I created data over here. I can see this using your manage sales order app. But how is this possible? Because between this, I have something called as ABAP front-end server. And below this, I have something called as ABAP backend server. And where everything gets stored is in my database as tables. So when you see backend, GUI and backend is integrated, GUI and frontend is integrated. But how a backend into frontend is integrated? Through something called as your network gateway. That's the reason, and eventually everything gets stored in my database. That is the reason either I create it in the backend or in the front end, it's all stored in the respective tables, right? I hope when you create a sales order, VBAK is the header table, VBAP is the item table, VBEP is the schedule line table. It all stores in the core table, and existing information gets extracted from the core table. How this Fiori is aligned? Because Fiori is completely a new way by which the data is getting seen, the data is getting created, the data is getting visualized. The way the data is getting segregated here is different because it's all stored in tables, right? Because that's the reason it is all stored in tables, and I can access it from different layers, be it your backend layer or a front end layer, because it's all integrated to my Fiori. And when you talk about Fiori here, when you see Fiori, T codes work at a Fiori level. So what you can do is Fiori T codes in the sense, when I say VA01, you see create sales order, VA02 change sales order. Not for everything, right? There will be some things where there will be a T code alignment, but not for everything, because there will be a lot of functionality. But yes, you can align to some specific T codes and do a search, but not all will have us, because for example, the managed sales order will not have a T code. But wherever there is a T code element to create sales order, or when you see here MM01, will not have it. Maintain product master, manage product master data. So this is not an MM01 or MM02. So maintain manage product master data. Yes, Fiori is simpler to use because you need not remember multiple things. You know, because you'll have to have the node, you'll have to have the path. You can just click on the path. You'll know you can easily click on the tile because the description is already available on the tile. Right? We saw about how the sales order gets created. But when I say I want to stock, not an internet issue. Sometimes because not in the internet side. 1 minute, wait a minute. So what I'll do is warehouse processing. Sometimes the role is not there. Okay, so what I do is, in that case, if the role is not there, or the role is not been mapped, what I can do is I can add the role here. Suppose, how do I add a role? So I go to Fiori apps library here, right? I go here. This is a central repository of all your Fiori tails. It is available directly in Google Fiori apps library. So what I do is I go to all apps. So I say, what is my stock? Sorry, 1 minute. Stock information, stock single metal, managed stock, all these things are there. Okay, so what I'll do is I will go to manage stock. So here, this is an inventory manager. So I'll have to go to implementation information. I'll say this is a 2021 version, and they'll give you all the versions for which this when this start of 1511, and currently we are in 2021. So we'll have to see for 2021. I'll have to go to configuration. I have a business role. This business role needs to be added to my user. So suppose if I want to add a business role, because everything is role specific, I'll have to go here. I'll just enter my user, go and add the role here. This is my role. I've added the role. I save this. If the tile is not there, what it will do is, now I go here, I go and refresh this. I've added this particular role. I've added it to the backend, right? Now I'm refreshing this information for the data or the role to get added and populate this tile in my front end. Let me check one, or else I'll have to log out and log in this particular system. Our warehouse management, manage stock. You see here now, previously I was not having this tile. Now I want to see my stock level. I'll go here. I'll enter the material for which I require the stock. Enter the plant. See, I have stocks available here. So suppose I want to add another 10 quantity over here. Previously, we used to go to a Migo transaction and then enter a 561 movement type and then do it. But what I'll do is I'll just go here, add 10 quantity over here. Right? I do not need to enter any other information. I just click on post. See, your metal document is automatically created. And this metal document which was created, it will ideally use a movement type which ideally a user would have been using when you're doing in a backend. This guy is for C561 movement type, right? So now the user by mistake has posted some stock. Now he wants to reverse the stock. Normally when he wants to reverse stock, he used to use a 562 movement type to reverse the stock. But here, just click on reverse. Right? You'll have to just click on whatever is there. Then you'll add additional row, reverse, stock added. A mistake or something. Reverse for reference. Okay, maybe you can just put this. Click on OK. For this again, a metal document will get created. Metal document gets created. Click on the metal document, automatically you'll be picking up a movement type which is 562. When you see here, you see this graphical information. See what are the different metal document, accounting document gets created. When you see here, I want to display the document flow for this. You see a metal document. When you see a metal document, this is the metal document. Click on this. Please this. You're able to get right how easy it is to work on the Fiori side from a user's first standpoint, which normally from when previous generations they used to work on multiple transactions here. See here you can add how you want to have the inventory analytics. You can have the graphical display. But what I was trying to say is what are the related apps or metal document overview. Right? What are the different metal document? What are the different? This is an accounting document. When you see what are the journal entries that has been posted for this. See what are the different, what are the GL accounts, against which GL account it has been posted. Again, which profit center it has been posted. Say under which balance sheet it has been posted, under which P&L account it has been posted. Profit and loss account, under which balance sheet it has been posted. As against the journal entries, right? If you want to import the P&L plan data, import all the financial thing, detail level, I can get in more information against which is a debit and a credit entry. So all the inventory values based on the balance summaries, you manage all your inventory values based on the product. If you see, we posted a product against this GL account. Material, if I say materials I include, I go here. So when I say material, I can include the material as well. I can pull out the information for you. See here, this is the posting that we have done. As a drill down based on the chart of accounts, company code, currency, controlling area, whatever you want to the drill down category, right? All the inventory values, which has all been posted, everything in detail I'm talking about. So you want to navigate to dead stock analysis for this particular metal, wherever there's a dead stock analysis. So which I'll give you a date, probably from beginning of this year to analytics end date to probably till So if there is a dead stock thing that has been made, the stock is not moving for a longer time, all these things, that will all be captured on a dead stock analysis thing. Dead stock is not expired stock. Dead stock, when you see it is, when you say dead stock report, sometimes you'll have something called as dead stock reports, right? Which has not been used for a certain period of time, right? So what they do is when they do the valuation, what they do is dead stock value when they calculate it, so they multiply the dead stock value with the current price. I think it's clear, right? Dead stock is not so because there's a valuation against that particular stock as well. That is calculated at what is the current price multiplied by the dead stock. What is the quantity that is remaining the dead stock? Aging report, when you see, you don't call it as an aging report. So yes, there are a lot of KPI aggregation that happens. So previously, when you see, okay, what you can do is you had a report called as for called as MC50. This is basically a dead stock report, right? Suppose if I draw this particular thing, I run this thing. Okay, so I'll just select it based on the plant. You see here. Here we used to have for this thing, what is the detailed display, right? Cumulative receipts. So we used to have a stock reporting like this. Is it clear? So this is basically used to, they're not used in specific time. They're still lying in stock format for a longer time, right? Because they see this dead stock report and see whether the product has to get to end of life or not. See what happens when the product cannot be running, right? Because when they'll make the product end of life, when they see there is more, they'll do a dead stock analysis and say why this product not moving. What is it that why? Because then they cannot continuously be manufacturing the product if the product is not moving, right? So they'll do this dead stock, or they have something called a slow moving analytics, slow moving analysis report. Similar to what you have a dead stock analysis, they have something called a slow moving items. So slow moving items is something where it is not into an end of life, but it is on the verge of moving to dead stock and finally becoming an end of life. So like this, you have a lot of reports, right? Like how we ran, there are a lot of reports that are available, which will all be used. We'll be discussing a lot of reports in our subsequent discussions.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a core component of the SAP S/4HANA Logistics Suite? Option A, Materials Management, MM. Option B, Sales and Distribution, SD. Option C, Production Planning, PP. Option D, Financial Accounting, FI. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to nail supply management? Dive into our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 2020 training course. It's all about mastering the art of handling supplies hassle-free. In this course, you will explore SAP S4 HANA Logistics, your go-to toolkit for seamless planning, ensuring products reach their destination smoothly. We cover it all, from basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, this course guarantees top-notch learning. Your instructors, they are seasoned pros, ready to guide you through every step and tackle all your queries. And guess what? Our students adore this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The cherry on top? It's budget friendly. Get ready to ace SAP S4 HANA Logistics without breaking the bank. Keen to level up your logistics game? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Right, we talked about HANA's database. Right, we talked about HANA's database, where HANA's database has contributed to one is your in-memory database, in-memory calculation engine, your analytics plus transactions, getting into one single system. Then we discussed about multiple parallel processing concept. Then we discussed about how this is aligned to the columnar structure, right? And how we align this column, because all these things are deployed across two clouds. So when you talk about two deployments, right? HANA's a database, then subsequently from HANA they move to S4 HANA. The deployment is on-premise and a cloud, right? So on-premise editions, it is a yearly innovation. Cloud is a
quarterly innovation, right? Then we talked about on the S4 side of it. So we talked about on the S4 HANA side of it, how the simplifications really mattered. Right? How the simplifications really mattered. When I talk about simplifications, they did simplifications across tables. They did simplifications across T codes. They did simplifications across your UI, business functionalities, across one is your business functionalities, UI part. Then that is how the simplification across your code push down. Right? So this is how we saw about how everything on the we just give you an overview of how the tables, what are the purpose of tables and T codes getting simplified. More to do with the performance. The UI part, everything is because you have your GUI plus your Fiori-driven mechanism. The business functionalities, yes, there are certain business functionalities. Predominantly, when you talk about a business partner, right? Business partner is a basic business functionality which has got changed, where it was previously a vendor and a customer. Now they are moved into something called as BPA. They came in with something called as a CVA-based integration. So if you take up a case, why BPO as such was being used now, right? As I was explaining last time, right? How this entire thing, both on the supply chain planning system and the execution system, how everything got merged into where you have within an enterprise setup. I hope last time we remember we had a supply chain fulfillment, our supply chain planning, supply chain fulfillment. If you see your transportation management EWM, which is all integrating through a ECC, and your WM is no more there; it is an EWM. So that's the reason you see when you talk about it's why they wanted to build a single source of truth, where you have an enterprise management and advanced planning getting integrated from your PPDS, which is part of your supply chain planning, and that came in as an advanced planning, and your GATP came in as an advanced available to promise. Then DP and SNP had moved towards your IBP side, right? Because now no more you don't have any more APO going forward. APO will be completely on the cloud platform, which will be called as an IBP, which is nothing but integrated business planning. And aligned to the business planning, it will be more of a demand and an inventory side, right? Where you have where everything on the DP and SNP will get into the demand inventory on the supply side, and that's how your entire set of your enterprise execution information system has been moved towards your supply chain collaborations. Supply chain info centers have been moved to supply chain collaboration. So I was explaining you this concept, right? So in continuation to that, so when we discussed about what is the purpose of a business partner, when I say business partner, so you have when you talk about your EC system, it was using your customer and a vendor master, right? So when I use a customer master and a vendor master here, now I'm saying I have my EWM setup, right? I have my service set setup, right? When I talk about my TM setup, when I want to integrate with my Ariba systems. Previously, we have your SRM systems, right? If you see all these things, tomorrow if GTS comes in, taking into consideration, currently GTS is no more there as of now. But what if GTS comes in, right? So I have a customer master, vendor master. What if I say my customer master, vendor master, I'll maintain as a customer master and vendor master, wherein these things are maintaining as a business partner. What will happen is, see, these are all integrated. Previously, these are all working as individual systems where your existing EC system was getting integrated. Now, these are all embedded into the same box now. So when I say I have a BP on one side, I have a customer master and one vendor master as a separate entity, then this leads to a lot of redundancies. So in that cases, they had to bring in your CVA concept, customer vendor integration, into the business partner structure. That's the main purpose. because see, it's not something where they went out of the box to invent something to bring in, because this is the hour of need which basically made them to move from a customer vendor as part of your CVI and move into business partner. So is this clear? Why a business partner as a concept? A simple logic. Business partner had to be used as a business partner in the system, which previously was used as a customer master, vendor master. Now they tagged it to a business partner, and they tagged the business partner to the system, so that the business partner across thing can be used across not only for your enterprise thing, not only for your core modules, even for the other additional modules which has been integrated, that will also use the same business partner. So is this concept clear? For what purpose was it being made? So that was a change of a business functionality. So when I say simplifications, these are the small things that make a change in the simplifications part of it. When you talk about, so we saw about the different versions of S4 HANA, right? We saw about how okay. So before that, so let me open the system. So we discussed last time in the system. So I think these things we discussed. Okay. Now, so I said on the finance side as well, there was some specific changes that was done. So they said, I'm going to have my simple finance transactions, which is because when you say finance transaction, it involves your financial accounting documents, your controlling documents, and the ERP financial, which is all part of your ERP. And now they wanted to define everything on the simple finance transactions, where they want to do everything on the fly. So when talk about simple logistics as a module, so they talked about all this core functionalities coming together, right? Be it your inventory management, be it your material evaluation, be it your available to promise, right? Where it includes all your back order processing, how the capacity is getting planned, how your predictive MRP is done, right? How your requirement is done, how your planning of material requirements is all done. That's basically a core funda on which your entire business thing gets triggered or mapped in the system. So when you talk about S4 HANA, see now it's getting more and more added in terms of the complexity that it's going to serve. So when I say complexity, so you see you have as S4 HANA as a core in the setup. And when you see all across, it could be an on-premise system or the cloud system, it could be a SaaS-based models, which is all surrounding your S4 HANA, where S4 HANA being a central force, which is going to integrate with all this additional alignment. And plus, when you talk about the capability of S4 HANA, it has to be integrating with IoT-based thing. That's what I said. When you talk about it's integrating SAP transportation management, SAP warehouse management. You have your cloud systems, for example, your Ariba, SuccessFactors, Fieldglass. There's something called as Concur, right? So Fieldglass, when you talk about these systems, so you have something called as your SuccessFactors, which is basically your which is basically an HR based tool. Then you have your Fieldglass. Fieldglass is nothing but, so this is basically your contractual labor. Suppose if you are deployed in a contract to a customer, to a client. So from the time your onboarding is done, right? Your timesheets, right? Your billing, everything gets integrated in one tool. So customer, when he sees when he wants to see, he can see when you got onboarded, which day you got onboarded, what is your set of deliverables. As I can say, what is the times that you are time booking that you are done. Then subsequently, what is the billing? Entire thing from the time you onboarded till you offboarded, right? That's where your entire thing is part of your Fieldglass. Then there is something called as your Ariba, right? Ariba is a procurement-based solution where they work on more on they have multiple models within Ariba. We have something called as Ariba contracts, Ariba catalog, Ariba network, which is more on the buyer and the supplier model. Through a buyer login, you can use in Ariba. Then you have something called as, right? So you have multiple models within Ariba, which basically works on, it's a cloud-based solution. It's a SaaS-based model. Right? Sorry, Ariba invoicing. Not billing, Ariba invoicing. So Ariba invoice, Ariba Pantro catalog, a lot of things are there within Ariba. So when I talk about how this entire SaaS models integrates with my S4 HANA, right? So when I talk about a little bit further into this, so when I say I am from an S4 system, right? I am on a buyer portal. Suppose I have a supplier who is on a Ariba, right? So when I talk about your buyer to supplier, So whenever my buyer triggers a PR and PR gets converted to a PO, the PO has to reach the Ariba system. So it's an outbound message, right? So once the PO is reached, the customer or the supplier has to give a confirmation, right? And based on which he's going to give something called as ASN, which is nothing but your advanced shipping notification, right? Based on the advanced shipping notification, I can prepare for GR on which day the metal is going to come. Then once the metal is shipped, GR is done, then there can be something called as GR notification. Once the notification reaches the supplier, he'll be giving an invoice. Based on the invoice, I can say, I'll do the invoice verification. Right? Invoice verification is done. That gets accounted as an account payables. Right? Then there'll be a payment and the payment advice, payment advice. Right? So when you talk about an Ariba, it looks simple, but across the buyer and supplier, this is basically, there is a lot of an integration standpoint. So is it clear? So completely when you talk about the Ariba system, it's all about how Ariba is aligned to your entire set of the process oriented. Right? Ariba again, that's where the integration, it can be through an HANA cloud integration. It can be to a PIPO. Now they have something called as CIG, cloud integration gateway, based on which I can have multiple ways by, because that's where I said it's more to do with how your Ariba is basically getting integrated into the structure, right? So when you talk about, so that's what it is. When you talk about Ariba buying, so I was talking about the multiple models of Ariba, right? Ariba's, okay. So wait a minute. Talk about the Ariba contracts, Ariba catalog, right? Ariba buying, Ariba sourcing. Ariba sourcing and contracts, right? So when you talk about an Ariba buying, all these things, it works on. So that basically, when you talk about the structure, to understand the structure, we need to have a little bit of integration, because when I say I want to integrate my ECC or my S4 HANA, right? So where and all integration is required, right? So this has to integrate with your MDG supplier systems, right? And this in turn has to integrate with, there has to be synchronization, data synchronization with the MDGs. So this has to integrate with Ariba SLP. So this basically does your, when you talk about your Ariba SLP, supply lifecycle management, right? So and SLP is basically called as supply lifecycle and performance, right? From the time you are onboarding your supplier. So this supplier lifecycle SLP gets integrated, right, to my Ariba buying and through my Ariba sourcing, for example, right? Sourcing and buying, right? Sourcing is basically how you source the vendor, and buying is how you do the purchasing. This is basically how you source the vendor, right? So that when you talk about this, so Ariba buying, right? So there is a call that comes from your SLP system, right, through an API. It's a call which gets pulled, and then the supplier data gets actually pulled from your SLP system, right? Then the supplier data gets stored, right? Then supplier data gets pushed. So this were basically on the Ariba buying side, this is the thing. Similarly, from the Ariba sourcing side, again the same thing. So there is an API call. API call, then supply data pull from the SLP system, right? Then the supply data is stored, the supply data is pushed. So that's where when you talk about, because it all has an integration to your master data governance. That's the reason when you take master data plays a major role, because master data has a vendor master data, especially when I talk about a vendor master data, there'll be vertical flow that will be mapped. So is this clear? How an Ariba is getting integrated? Now, why I'm saying because that's where when I talk about S4 is no more a standalone system. So why I'm saying this, so when you talk about your supplier SLP, right? Supply life cycle. So supplier life cycle involves, it's a 360-degree supplier alignment. When I say 360-degree supplier alignment, so this talks about all the supplier information, right from the time how the supplier gets qualification of a supplier, how the supplier gets segmented, right? How the supplier performance gets monitored, and all the risk data as part of the supplier's concern. SLP is integrated with all your ASIBA, as SLP is integrated with all your Ariba procurement solutions, right? So when you talk about your supplier especially, so I have my supplier managed data, external reference, and your enrichment data. So this, when you talk about your supplier thing, this integrates with your vendor master. When I talk about vendor master, all your supplier details gets pulled, all your control data from vendor, all the bank accounts for the vendor details, any reference data, all the industries that gets aligned, all the tax masters, tax info, right? All the payment transactions, right? All the identification numbers, right? If there is any payment terms, sorry, I said payment terms. Then if there is any additional purchasing data, right? This integrates with your external reference or enrichment data, which is basically your company code data. When I say company code data, all your account reconciliation, right? Recon accounts, automatic payment transactions, right? All your payment data, because this is all company code controlled, right? All the withholding tax details, all the correspondence data, right? All your dunning data, which again are company code oriented. This along with your purchasing order data, right? It could be the condition, right? It could be your material data, service data, sales data, right? And as well as your control data. So is it clear? So when I talk about your vendor master, that's the reason your MDG makes a bigger thing, because it integrates with your MDG systems as part of your two-way synchronization. So from Ariba, where it comes, it picks up your vendor master, right? It picks up alignment with your company code data. It picks up alignment with your purchasing org data. That's the reason they have something called as MDGS systems in place. Master data governance on the supplier side, right? So when you talk about, when you talk about Ariba, if so it's the same thing when I talk about my SLP. SLP is nothing but supplier lifecycle performance. Why I'm saying all this information is required, because tomorrow we'll not be working with only standalone systems, right? You'll not be working only with an S4 system. Tomorrow there'll be a lot of integrations required. They will say, I want to integrate with the C4 HANA. I want to have an integration with the Ariba especially, right?
Okay.
So I want Ariba, I want to integrate with your hybrid systems. So where all this validation happens in the material on the vendor master or the customer master, it's all at the MDG, master data governance systems. Okay. So when you talk about, this is how when you see your MDG systems in place. So that's where you have your, so for example, when I integrate with my Ariba network gets integrated with your Ariba network. When I say it's a buyer and suppliers, right? Where on the common property where you can buyers can meet suppliers. Yeah, that gets integrated with your SLP. That is your supply lifecycle, which is basically called as your Ariba hub, right? It's basically a Ariba hub that gets integrated, right? So all my transaction data, right? When you talk about Ariba, where it integrates, basically on the P2P side, procure to pay side. Procure to pay side will work with contracts, right? Your SLP will work with sourcing, right? So that's where when you talk about your, So I can integrate my SLP systems, right? As part of the integration, I can integrate with my ECC, right? S4 HANA, on-premise system. I can integrate with S4 HANA Cloud Edition as well, right? It's not only that I need to have only an on-premise. Cloud to cloud integrate I can do, right? I can have a Cloud Edition to an integration with Ariba. So what happens from an ECC standpoint when talk about transaction data? They can have here some of the SRM integration, product lifecycle management integration, your customer relationship management integration, right? So this can be integrated from directly an SAP side, right? I can integrate with, for example, SAP Hybris as well, where I can integrate something called a C4C, Cloud for Customer, right? On the commerce platform, where I can have C4C marketing, C4C billing. I can integrate everything, but what is the standard when it integrates? What it integrates with? The underlying factor is your MDG, right? Your supplier MDG, right? When the supply master is distributed across multiple ERP systems. Is it clear?
Yes.
So the same. So this is basically when I talk about a scenario where it integrates with multiple MDG systems, ERP systems. What if I say it has to integrate with only one system, right? For example, Mariba network gets integrated to my SLP, gets integrated to my ECC or S4, right? It integrates with your procure to pay with a single ERP instance, right? Where integrated with SLP, the supply data which can be integrated with all your SLP provider, which is aligned to the MDG systems. So it can be integrating with your contracts, right? It will be integrated with your Ariba sourcing systems, right? Where MDG comes into picture. So MDG especially comes into picture. So MDG's role, especially when you see, so MDG master data governance talks about how you want to maintain the master data as against the maintenance, how you want to validation all the approval on the MDG side, then how the data gets replicated across the multiple systems, right? So how you do the reuse of all the business logic, where you integrate it when you want to integrate with multiple external services, all the data enrichment which aligns, all the address cleaning, duplicate checks, everything, right? That's what it comes in as part of your validation, right? They check for data enrichment. They check for address cleansing. They check for duplications, right? There should not be any duplicates. Otherwise, MDG does all these things, right? So this can be done from your external providers as well, right? And this can move as part of replication. It can be moved into all the business process, right? When you talk about systems, it can be your S4 system, or it can move to your third-party systems, or it can move to your ECC systems, right? So what is the role of an MDG here? Right? You can do a single item maintenance, you can do a mass maintenance. The data bundle model can be extended to the customer. Right? It has to do an easy search and display model, right? If it has to be more flexible way by which you can create mass change, and you can mark those deletions of this master data. Right? How you can control the master data flow, which happens between SAP and non-SAP systems with all the predefined data models that you have. So that's why your MDG, with all its, because the MDG basically works it all works at an user level. I'm just trying to go a little bit through that to discuss about, because how this validation happens, how this validation gets taken, because at a user level there'll be multiple users or multiple classification of users, right? And then all the users are aligned to the process, right? Process gets aligned to your data replication across your non-SAP to your SAP systems. Right? This is basically called as your data replication framework, or they call it as the DRF in simple terms. So how you can replicate the data to SAP and non-SAP systems? How the replication data into the systems? So it goes in more of an, so right, where, so for example, when the same metal has multiple metal numbers on the MDG systems, right? So it can, so master data governance, right? Well, for example, it could be a same metal or it could be a similar group of materials, right? Having different codes from the hub clients, especially when you talk about how to do the value mapping, right? It has to have the flexibility to replicate the data which has been selected only to specific clients, right? By adopting filters, right? So in that cases, when you talk about your data replication framework, it has to check with a lot of enterprise services, or it has to have a capability as aligning through a ALE or an IDOC or a remote function calls, or it could be some FLT, file transfers, right? How the replications, how the replication activities, what are the failures that comes in? So is it clear how this entire thing is aligned now?
Yes, very clear.
So it is a little bit more complicated, but the way it is all structured, right? Only if you understand this way, it will be easier when we work on systems or when we design a system, right? Right. So it's no more only of a role of a consultant, more of how you align with the architecture, how to solution the architecture further, right? So when you talk about, that's what I was trying to say. So when you say I have my SAP S4 HANA systems, right, or I have my SAP cloud, I have, for example, a non-SAP systems as well, not only SAP. Forget about it, SAP, even a non-SAP systems, right? For example, the non-SAP system could be like JD Edwards. It could be some NetSuite systems, Oracle systems, right? So when you talk about S4 systems, I can have your CIG portal. Directly, I can have a CIG portal, Cloud Integration Gateway portal, where I have a lot of configuration wizards, mapping repository, all these things. So this integrates to something called as your SAP Cloud Connector through SSL tunnel, because this will run on something called as your SOAP or your HTTPS protocol. So when you talk about SAP Cloud, if it's because cloud will be only an S4, right? There will not be any on-premise. So again, it will run on your SOAP or your OData services, Open Data Protocol, they call it. So I can have my CIG portal interface, SAP gateways, then you have integration suites, right? That integrates with through the SAP Ariba, right? It can be your Ariba source to pay solutions, or it could be your Ariba network on the buyer and supplier model. This works on your HTTPS, right? Because these are access through what is called as your web browser, right? Web browser adopts your HTTPS protocol, right? So you have your integration suite, as I was telling. So integration suite, especially now, this works with your cloud integration, all your API management integration suite. So they have something called as SAP Graph, right? It works on a lot of data intelligence, right? All the open connectors, right? Sometimes it also something called as serverless runtime. So this basically does your integration suite, right? It can work with your partner systems, or it can work with third-party systems, or can work with SAP systems. So SAP too, when I say it can integration suite, not only aligns only with SAP to Ariba. So all third-party systems, right? Suppose with SAP, what's integrated with your Twitter, right? Google, FBs, Facebooks, right? So all these things, that's where your cloud integration gateway comes into picture, because they have an integration suite into picture, right? Because it has a lot of third-party apps which it can integrate with the cloud. They call it as an integration suite, right? It works on a lot of enterprise mapping, open connectors, how they accelerate your connectivity with third-party apps, all the API management, API business hub integration, right? So it doesn't restrict only to only one particular structure, right? So this SAP SI, so this becomes an important thing. Tomorrow when you work on some architecting solutions, so I have my SAP SI, which is your integration suite. Sorry. This works on something called as multiple process. You have something called as lead to cache process, right? You had something called as order to cache, right? Previously. Now it works on something called as lead to cache. So order is basically at what level you have an order. Now lead is going to be converted to an opportunity. Opportunity gets converted to a sale, right? So it not only starts with sale, right, or a contract. It starts off with the lead generations, right? So then you have something called as source to pay. Previously had something called as procure to pay, right? Procurement where? Procurement is only if I know the supplier, right? Then there's the involves the procurement. What if I don't have a supplier? I will have to source the supplier, right? Right. That's where it is not a procure to pay, it is source to pay, right? When you talk about your other solution, plan to production, right? Previously it was only production, right? Now your planning is also integrated, right? Then you have something called as on the HR side, you have something called as hire to retire. When I say hire to retire, it's completely from the time you hire to till you are onboarded and offboarded into the system, right? That's basically consists of your hire to retire. So your IC consists of your payment integration, right? So when you talk about payment integration, right? So when you talk about lead to cache, when you say lead to cache, it works with multiple integrations, right? It can be your from where you will generate leads. So for example, your third party vendors like Zoho, right? For a NetSuite. So NetSuite, right? Your Zoho, NetSuite, if it could be your AWS. Amazon. So I'm talking about lead to cache wherever the leads are getting generated. I want to generate the leads out of this. Your source to pay, it could be your Ariba, is your Cooper, right? Your plan to produce. Plan to produce. So there are multiple ways. You have something called a Snowflake, right? Paradata. To hire to retire. So it can be not only it can be with your ADP solutions, or it could be from your LinkedIn, right? It could be with your Workday integration, with your Oracle suite, right? Your hire to retire solutions. Then payment integrations. So it can integrate with. So for example, it can integrate with your Intuit QuickBooks, right? Or it can integrate with Microsoft Dynamics. It could integrate with Vertex, right? Vertex systems. So then when I talk about your something called as issue to resolution. When I say issue to resolution, from the time you issue, how the end-to-end tracking integrates with your service now for ticket creations. Then your Salesforce. Then you can integrate with your Jira. Yeah, that's the reason now you have something called as an integration suite in place for S/4HANA. See, we were all working in silos, right? Imagine how many systems now I just know. I'm just told only the things that we actually come across on a day-to-day basis, right? Your NetSuite, when you talk about your Zoho systems, or for example, your Shopify, your HubSpots, Salesforce Sales Cloud, Amazon services, right? It could be your Marketo or Zendesk, multiple things on lead to cache, right? So on the source of pay, yes, I told you about the Ariba, Copa, I told you about there are a lot of GP solutions, Mercatio solutions, Blue Yonder solutions. It's all aligned to a source to pay, right? Your plan to produce. Plan to production is basically talks about how the slow, a lot of paradata, a lot of technolium, right? So you talk about so then you have something called as hire to retire, right? Hire to retire, I talked about multiple things. Your ADP, LinkedIn integration, Workday integration, Oracle human capital management. They have a specific suite, enterprise suite, which is called as a HCM, human capital management. Then you can integrate with the Kronos, right? Or from SAP side, you can integrate with the SuccessFactors, SAP Concur, SAP Fieldglass, multiple things. So then you have payment services. So along with the payment, there's one more thing called as document compliance, business to B2B services. This integrates with your, that is something called as DocuSign, right? You do some digital signatures. Or you have something called as Adobe Sign, where it works on the document compliances. Then you have payment integration. When you talk about payment integration, you integrate with multiple systems on the payment side. That's where when you talk about your existing ECC or your S4, it integrates with SAP CC. Either it's a cloud connector or it integrates with your SAP PI or PO. Again, it integrates with your SAP, for example, if it's a non-SAP, if it's basically through the HCI option. Again, there's a cloud connector integration. Then there could be a customer middleware, right? Then there's firewalls in place. Then you integrate with your cloud integration gateway, which in turn has an HTTPS, right? As part of your SAP Ariba procurement, right? Ariba network. So because I'll just open the system, probably you can have more idea. So what I was trying to say is, so let I ask them to check. So this basically, that's where your entire CIG gets integrated, right? So when I was talking about, that's what I was trying to say. So maybe you'll just check the system. So when I talk about your SAP S4 and your Ariba network, right? Your purchase order, PO confirmation, right? Then there is if the service purchase order, then it's a service PO confirmation. Then if there's a delivery, then it has to be, for the delivery, there has to be a ASN, right? Then when the goods receipt happens, then they'll have to do something called as your GRN. GRN is not mandatory, it's an optional step, right? Then they give an invoice. It could be an electronic invoice, right? Then there's always a remittance advice, which aligns to a remittance advice, but it's again, since it's not an option, it's a. Then there is a RFQ. When there is an RFQ, that will be integrated to your bids and your supplier catalog, right? On the supplier portal and the buyer portal, right? So when you talk about this is a buyer portal, then you have your Ariba supplier portal, right? When you talk about your, when I'm integrating with your S4 solutions, right? It could be an on-premise or the cloud, as I said, right? So when you talk about your S4 HANA cloud to cloud integration, right? So who are the roles involved? You need to understand who are the roles. When it could be a material planner, right? It could be a purchaser. Material planner will trigger a purchase requisition. This will trigger at the purchaser side an RFQ, right? RFQ. So suppose if I say I am going to integrate with Ariba, the messages are going to be CXML. Ariba is going to be a supplier price code, right? And the supplier Ariba supplier, within that I'll have a supplier, Ariba network, I'll have a supplier and a buyer, right? So then they'll supply the purchase code. On the buyer side, there will be a code award code, right? And there will be again so when you talk about this an Ariba network, this is an S4 on a cloud, right? And there will be again an code. This will be a code request. And there will be an actual code. There will be a CXML messages, right? And that will trigger a supplier quotation, right? And this will trigger your purchase order or your purchase contract, right? PR will trigger an RFQ. RFQ will again go to the supplier. There will be a supplier price code. And because on the supplier side, there'll be on the supplier and buyer, there'll be an award code. Once that buyer gives an award code, there'll be a quote XML that'll be triggering back. Then there'll be a supplier quotation, and subsequently, if there is an approval process, supplier quotation, then you have a PO under purchase requisition. So because when you see, I wanted to show that in the system. Let us see 1 minute. I wanted to show that how this message transfers happen, how this message transfers are all mapped, right? So when I trigger this S4 HANA, so that's where you have your, as I said, your cloud integration gateway, right? When you talk about an Ariba network to your S4 HANA, I'll discuss that. I'll show you that maybe in the system once that thing comes in. I'll just show you that, right? And when you talk about the messages, when we talk about the CXML, right? Once the purchase order gets triggered, right? So as part of when I say I'm going to use a middleware here, purchase order, I'm going to use a CIG. Then I talk about your PO gets transferred to your, right? This is an Ariba, this is an S4 system, right? PO gets replicated both in the S4 system and the Ariba system. PO status gets applicated. PO status, right? Once the PO does in, what happens is then subsequently from the Ariba side or the S4 HANA side, there'll be a goods receipt. Goods receipt also has to trigger to both sides because the based on which your goods GR status gets triggered. Then you have your invoice posting. That has to be again an invoice, then subsequently an invoice status.
Hey there, want to nail supply management? Dive into our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 2020 training course. It's all about mastering the art of handling supplies hassle-free. In this course, you will explore SAP S4 HANA Logistics, your go-to toolkit for seamless planning, ensuring products reach their destination smoothly. We cover it all, from basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, this course guarantees top-notch learning. Your instructors, they are seasoned pros, ready to guide you through every step and tackle all your queries. And guess what? Our students adore this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The cherry on top? It's budget-friendly. Get ready to ace SAP S4 HANA Logistics without breaking the bank. Keen to level up your logistics game? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
How this flow of information happens between Ariba to S4 system. How this messages, the CXML message which gets passed. So when you talk about an Ariba, so there's something called as integration with other SAP systems. Integration with other SAP system, SAP Ariba. Okay, SAP Ariba integration, document specific setting. If there is a supplier invoice, settings for parking of supplier invoices. So if you want to process it or you want to park a supplier invoice, maybe you can use this particular setting where you want to define it. Then coming to the business network integration. So you have two integrations. One is an Ariba network and a Fieldglass. Fieldglass and Ariba both are related to a purchasing related, right? Fieldglass is more of a contingent labor management. Ariba network is more towards managing a combination of buyers and suppliers, right? So when you talk about integration with Ariba network, I go to framework settings. So you see here, you have multiple levels of settings that are there. So you can see whether you want to have a direct connectivity settings, right? Or you want to have a mediated connectivity settings for integration. So here, if you see, define your BG, you'll have to define the BG RFC connection, background RFC connection, background remote function calls for setting up your Ariba. Then you define your credentials. See, one thing is we'll have to define it. We'll have to define your credentials. So when I talk about your Ariba network, when I say my Ariba network is ID, everything is based on here ANID. They call it as an Ariba network ID. Suppose I enter my Ariba network ID, I enter my secret password code. I set a secret password code, right? Then I define my endpoints for Ariba. So what are all going to be my endpoints for Ariba? So when you see here, Ariba internal key, Ariba network ID, and enter the secret password that has been set. Okay. So here you have entered the details. Now it is saved. That means to say my Ariba is basically, and you want a system is ID is enabled. Endpoints, if you want enabled, you want to enable the endpoints. Enable endpoints for authentication and polling. So this is the first setting that we do for Ariba. Okay. So this forms a major thing. So when you're discussing about, sorry, is there any question? Okay. So yesterday we were talking about, right, how a request goes from an S4 system to Ariba. So imagine this is an S4 system, which is basically a buyer-based system. So suppose if an confirmation purchase order, right? A PR is basically a confirmation request. So the confirmation request, then it is an inbound into Ariba, inbound into my S4 system. Because once the PO is reaching, so it's a PO is an order request. First an order request goes in, it's an outbound request to Ariba, right? So outbound request to Ariba, so it is an active. So then from an Ariba, there has to be an order request, which is going to be, it's a confirmation request, going to be an inbound into. It is coming into an inbound queue into my S4 system. Then there is something going to, next, once the inbound notification comes in, he has to send an ASN, right? Which is an inbound delivery. And that is getting into Ariba as an inbound. See, whatever you see here, whatever is an outbound in my existing system, in my S4 system, will become an inbound into my Ariba system. Whatever is an outbound in my Ariba system will become an inbound into my S4 system, right? So that's the reason messages gets triggered and the message mapping happens. And if it's a CXML messages, or there is now one more additional thing called as EXML messages, right? Electronic XML messages that comes in. So that's where you have additional levels of information that gets passed on. Okay. Then once the shipment notification happens, then the GR happens, right? Subsequent when a system so if you see here, we will write it. Your S4 and your Ariba, right? So for S4 system, if you see a PR, a PO, right? PO gets passed on to my Ariba system. The Ariba system, it is an outbound queue, right? It's an outbound queue for my Ariba system. Then subsequently, the PO comes in inbound delivery. Outbound, I'm talking about, sorry, let me write it here. Outbound. So here, later, this person from the supplier side, he's going to trigger the inbound, right? He's going to trigger the confirmation, PO confirmation. So here it will be an outbound, here it will be an inbound, right? So then, then this person will trigger a ASN. It is an outbound here, it is an inbound here, right? Then subsequently, this person will do a GR, and GR is not a mandatory, it's an optional step. There will be a GRN. Here it will be an outbound, here it will be an inbound, right? So that's where then once this guy gives in, once the GRN reaches this particular customer, then subsequently there will be an invoice from the supplier. It will be an outbound, it will be an inbound, right? Based on which he'll be doing invoice verification. Invoice verification will happen. So is it clear? Then subsequently there will be a payment advices. Outbound and then inbound. Payment remittances request will go in. Right? So that's where your entire set of exchange of information happens. So that's the reason you see it is an outbound, it will be an inbound. So same thing, what will be an outbound in one system will be an inbound in the subsequent system. Right? So this is how when we start mapping those messages based on the inbound and the outbound that gets into or coming into SAP. So that's where it is all about how you are configuring it. I'll touch base a little bit detail when you talk about the Ariba, but for you to understand how this messages, because we are still in the introduction part of it. So you need to know how the messages get transferred. What's the core on which the messages gets transferred? How this messages gets mapped, right? So you see here, there will be a shipment notification. Then subsequently, which will be inbound, incoming invoice, which will be so when you see a CXML message, it's an invoice detail request, right? So then when there is a status update, it is an outbound status update. You are going to give the payment. Then if there is an outbound payment, that's a payment remittance, right? Remittance will be an outbound from an Ariba system. So this is how the mapping is done. Like what we have been discussing from yesterday, right? So this can be done across multiple levels of, so it can be using your HCI, it can be using your PIPO integration, right? So you need to have the BGRFC connection, then you'll have to have the technical configuration of the SOAP runtime. So it will do all the ICF nodes integration. Service destinations gets mapped. All the ICF nodes gets mapped, and because when you set up the ICF nodes, that's where you get that ICF nodes to be a successful entity. Then you go to maintain the certificate. So it can be for direct connectivity, HCI. So we don't have a, so you need to have the SNC. So this is all done by the technical team, but the certificates mapping are critical for an Ariba based integration because it's a standalone system. You should understand that whatever we are using here is a standalone. It doesn't have any integration because these are all education systems, right? So we don't have any integrated systems. It's all standalone here. So whatever we see is basically what is outbound from an Ariba system, from an S4 system, and what becomes an inbound into my SAP system. That's where we can see those mappings and messages. Same thing will happen on the other side where there is a mapping on that front as well. Okay, like how I mentioned, right? So probably you can, whatever is the payment remittances, then the payment advices, right? Then there will be remittance advances. Remittance advices will be from an S4 system, remittance advice from an outbound into S4, inbound into my Ariba system, right? Like how we said, then subsequently, so when I'm using a PI connectivity, for example, suppose I have my Ariba network. So here I have my Ariba network, right? Then where you have all the Ariba network, where you have supplier lifecycle, right? I talked about supply lifecycle management, which integrates with your SAP PI, right? Which has an integration to the SAP PI. Then subsequently, I have my MDG systems in place. SAP MDG S, which will have a, because when you see here, the integration that happens through services or IDOCs, services or RFC. I said we have a BGRFC connections, right? Then you have, if there is any IDOCs, that can be mapped.
Okay.
This is how the mapping is done. All these things, for example, if it's an Ariba, right? I said Ariba network ID, right? So when only when it, because in that case, the network ID, anyone can pass any message, right? Because the network ID should be mapping. That's the reason we created a network ID, and network ID is against a particular password that has been aligned. Right? So the other thing, so this is basically we saw about when you talk about a PI integration, we saw about PI or HCA. So now, suppose if there is a PI integration through an SAP PI, I'm integrating it, right? So I have my SAP MDG, which can be SAP S4 or MDG. So then, so when you see the data, so suppose I have my Ariba cloud, right? I have my Ariba SLP, supply lifecycle performance, right? So the data between PI and this is very asynchronous, right? Right. So this is basically when you see, so you have your request in service here, right? Request in services, and here in the PI level, it will be a request out services, right? With the activation, with active data. So now when the data gets moved in, there will always be a, sorry, you have your confirmation with the validation lock, right? Then you'll have request in. So you'll have a middleware with services. They'll have request in with the CI creation and activation. So that's the reason when you see, then subsequently I move in from a, right? So when you talk about your inbound, right? So when you have your inbound to MDG, so inbound to MDG systems will be supplier creation. MDG will create the supplier, right? Outbound will be to data replication. It's an outbound, right? It's an inbound. data replication back to Ariba after the supplier creation, right? Then inbound into the Ariba system, it'll do all the validation, right? Outbound. So when you talk about inbound to Ariba, inbound to thing will be then it'll be a once the validation, then it'll send the successful validated results, right? So when you see specifically, so there is something called as SOA manager, SOA. Okay, so all your maybe I can put it as a request. Okay, so here when you see there is a business function set. So again, this is a business partner based integration. This is a business partner based integration. So you have something called as. So if I open this 1 minute, under this you have something called a active business functions. Okay, so I go for a continuous enterprise functions. I'll check there's always on functions here. So this basically we need to have these activations in place. So see what happens is the activation is done by technical people, but when you do the integration or when you're working with the integrations, these things come into picture. Which are the things, which are the definitions, which needs to be mapped, and what are the different logical ports that needs to be mapped, which all gets mapped under this, right? So when you see here, under this SPRO, SAP reference IMG, under this, so just want to understand, is this little bit complicated the way I explain, or is it okay? Because since I think people are from the SAP background, right? So that is the reason you are able to relate to things in a much better way. Now in SAP, one thing is you'll have to understand the business process, how do the integrations, so especially. Yeah, it's no more a standalone where only SAP works. So it will be understanding would be on the higher side. So you would have been mapped to your EDIs. So now you have, apart from EDIs, you have your HCI configuration, right? Your CIG based configuration, or to your CXML based mapping, right? So PIPO integration. Now you have multiple things coming in picture. Okay, so we talked about how the integrated happened to Ariba. So one is basically, so we have multiple things that gets aligned to your Ariba integration. Now, we said about something called as, so I'm talking about the digital core, right? How this is all getting integrated, which I was discussing yesterday. Now when you see, I have my WM in my ECC, right? So when an ECC gets converted to S4, right? So what happens is you have your LEWM component, which is your warehouse management. So this can be used for some time because of the compatibility scope. So then you will not have your WM become, because in S4 it is only an EWM space, right? So what if customers are using your WM? You cannot tell to the customers migrate completely to an external warehouse management, right? Because till 1909, this option, because a lot of customers raised a concern, saying yes, I cannot go from, you cannot expect us to directly jump in from a existing LEWM to directly an EWM, right? Because EWM has both inbound processing, right? It has storage and operations, as well as it has an outbound processing, right? We have this three, right? So you have your goods receipt. Inbound processing will talk about your goods receipt and optimization, right? All your inbound quality management. We'll talk about storages. This will talk about your physical inventory. It talk about your slotting, right? It talk about your replenishment. It'll talk about your rearrangement, right? How do you rearrange the stocks? Right? Outbound processing will talk about how this route gets mapped, right? How this wave management or wave picking gets aligned. How does goods issue, right? goods issues when the goods move out of the, how this pallet planning, right? Where you'll have lift forklifts, pallets and all, right? Where you use it for shipment. Then how this picking gets optimized, right? How your packing gets triggered, right? How your staging. So once your pick and pack is done, then it has to be staged and then loaded. Staging happens. How your load management is, how your load management is mapped, right? So when you see, it's the shipping process is not simple, right? Shipping process is not simple. Because shipping process is getting more and more sophisticated. Rather than saying complicated, it's getting more and more sophisticated because the business needs are to such a way that where they're trying to have it completely as part of your EWM. So when you see an EWM and WM, when you see, so even if you see, so when you talk about your SAP with, so I have my EWM system, right? EWM is on an SCM server, right? My ECC can directly integrate, or I have multiple EC systems, can directly integrate to an EWM system on the SCM server, right? So if it's on an SCM server, or it could be on an SAP EWM on a standalone server. When I say standalone, I have my EWM on the NetWeaver platform, which integrates with my ECC systems, right? So then I can have my EWM as an add-on. When I say EWM as an add-on, so I have my EWM, SAP ECC, I have my EWM, I can add on to my existing system. So this is all on the ECC side. Now coming to the S4 with S4, right? So I have my S4 systems which can be integrated to my EWM on SCM server, right? I can have my S4 systems getting integrated to my SAP EWM on the NetWeaver platform, right? Or I can have similar to what I have my ECC, because I have my embedded now S4 on which my already an EWM or your advanced warehouse management getting integrated. So this is an embedded S4 system, right? Now is it clear how many options are there now for the customer to go ahead and use it?
Yes. Yes.
Right? So now when you talk about your supplier, when you talk about, so you have your basic warehouse management and your EWM, right? Now see how many deployments are all possible as part of your EWM. But the problem is not every customer can go to an EWM because EWM is complicated. When my warehouse management solution is not very complicated, then it doesn't make sense for a customer. You can say customer directly go for EWM. Yes, you have options, but where is the component of WM there? So when you talk about, for that, particularly, they came out with, SAP came out with something called as SAP, people who had a WM, when they move to, I said, when you go to S4 HANA, they have something called SAP SRM. SRM is not supply relationship management, stock room management, right? So the stock room management, this uses the same model as your LEWM, but this is an add-on. Again, it's an add-on. So when you see in LEWM, right? So, but basically for a lean management or something, lean warehouse management, they can use this. So what are the, because when you see what are the differences, because you will not have that extended functionalities, it will be having some core basic functionalities as compared to your EWM. Because when you talk about EWM, right, they released this EWM in 2006 and came out with 13 releases as of now. Whenever they're during every release of your EWM, it had the new functionalities. So when you see now, SAP EWM is having the best-in-class warehouse management solutions, right? So that is the reason. So when you talk about your company software strategy perspective, yes, they have come out with multiple level of releases. 13 releases have actually come in. The latest is basically 9.5 EWM part, right, on the standalone system. Rest all it came in 2016. 2016 they came out with an embedded EWM, right? So when you talk about your EWM, sorry, when I say my EWM to my stockroom management, right? You will see your EWM to a stockroom management. EWM had multiple functionalities. For example, it will handle inventory management, catch weight management. So catch weight management, imagine when someone is storing some food products, right? So I bring, suppose if I say, imagine if there is all watery, where there is water content. So if you say fish, right? I bring fish, which maybe 1 kg of fish. I store it for some time. Then I see what is the catch weight. Catch weight is basically 1 kg. And what is the net weight when it's picked up, or gross weight? So this will be around another 50 grams or 100 grams less, right? Because of the water content. So this is captured in your inventory. Does it make sense? I bring it in my warehouse, and from there, when I want to ship it out, when I do the weight again, there will be a reduction in the weight because this would have had a higher water content, this would have had a comparatively lower water content. Is it clear? Where this catch weight management comes in picture? Yeah, and what I'm saying is you understand what a catch weight weight. Suppose someone is shipping fish, right? They bring fish and they get into the warehouse with a 1 kg net weight. Then after that, 1 day later is trying to ship it out. That will be reduced. The weight will get, because that they can measure the catch weight. What is the catch weight to what is the actual weight when you're shipping it out? That is where you have advanced inventory management in a EWM, right? And they had something called as HU management, handling unit, right? To a forklift, right? All your inbound processing is complex. So when you see inventory management, so as I can say inventory management, you'll have your basic inventory management in your stockroom management when I talk about, right? So it will talk about your complex outbound processing. It'll have your core outbound process, right? Here we'll talk about more on the connecting to external warehouse systems. Here it is just a core basic system, right? Here additionally it will talk about more about, when you talk about EWM, it will talk about how your warehouse management monitor is considered, because here there's no options of those, right? Here it talks about your analytics, all your CDS as well as KPI based reporting. Here you don't have any, it have your basic reporting, right? Here you will talk about more of resource management, right? Here you will not have a resource management. All the QM which is integrated, you will not have a QM integration. So this will talk about only your production integration. This will not have handled multiple production processes, but basic level. So they gave something called as your stockroom management, right? So they have something called as stockroom. So SAP S/4HANA stockroom management, which came into picture. It's more of a WM based integration. Now coming to, so that's where you have advantages which you have as part of your stockroom management. So your EWM is no more a standalone system. So when you see my EWM, so when I see my EWM, for example, I have my S4 core system, right? So when I say S4 core system, it talks about my LE shipments. It talks about my SD, SLS sales, SD billing. It talks about my purchasing, inventory management, logistics, right? And then I can integrate, for example, I have my basic transportation, which is my Elytra components I'm talking about. So this can integrate with my integrated box. I have my S4 SAP S4 TM, and which I can integrate with the same box. When you see SAP EWM, right? I can directly have an integration to TM within the same box, or I can integrate with my SAP TM separate. SAP WM is no more there, right? So the option is only if you have to go to SAP EWM, complete WM functionalities. So Elytra is there, right? I can integrate with my SAP TM. Elytra I can integrate with my SAP TM. And Elytra, so when you see my Elytra, let me scroll down. When you see my Elytra is basically LE transportation, right? Elytra I can integrate with my standalone EWM, right? So this is basically within an EWM. Suppose I say I have my other ERP, I have my, for example, my external CRM system, I have my GTS system, because these are all not integrated, right? I have my BI system, I have my EM system, event management system, or I have my external EWM system, S4 core systems, right? So my TM can integrate with each one of them. Now you're getting it, right? Because the various integration functionalities are available nowadays. I'm talking about from an SAP TM perspective, right? And my TM, my integrated TM can also work with EW, all these core systems. Is it clear? My EWM system can work with integrated TM, or it can work with an external TM, right? So when you say, okay, one thing you have to notice it from S4 to CRM, that core of TM to CRM, which is core, is not supported as of now. This thing is not supported as of now, but they're trying to, they'll be coming in the future versions. So now we are able to understand how these integrations, right? What are the different possibilities on the integration side? See, now if a customer is already using a TM, I cannot say use an inbuilt TM, right? Already is having an external TM system, right? You cannot say that just decommission that system, right? Straightforward, just because he's moving to S4, you cannot penalize him for that.
So you just integrate it, yeah.
So either I should be giving an option to have an integrated system, or I should be able to give my system integration to his external TM or EWM system. So otherwise what happens is when you see this sort of flexibility, then all the third-party vendors will come in. Yeah, you can integrate the ECC too. That's what I said, right? It could be an ERP, any ERP. I can integrate my existing to a, because yes, you have this ERP. When I say third-party ERP, when you talk about it. See, when you talk about your SCM systems, right? So when you talk about your SCM systems, so SCM. So when I say, right, so they can be on. So when you see my ECC SCM, EWM started with 5.0, right? They came out with next version is SAP SCM 5.1 EWM. SCM, same thing, 7.0. Then they came out with 7.01, 7.02. Then came with 9.0, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. I cannot say we cannot give him an option where you can say integrate with this 5.0, right? It should be on minimum 9.5. You understand that, right? If it's having an external EWM system, right? So it should be allowing him for only at a 9.5 level, SCM 9.5 EWM. One is a prerequisite there. This can be integrated right from your 1709 or your 1809 or your 1909 or your 2020 or your 2021 systems only. 1610 version, yes, 1610 because it is a very core version, you cannot have direct integration. It was basically inbuilt only. Is it clear? Only
Yes.
if you have upgraded your existing EC systems to multiple levels of systems. Because 9.5 only supports all your LEWM and all. Sorry, your lean warehouse management, basics too. Because if you say if you do not want it, you'll have to go for a stockroom management. Stockroom management, right? If you have extensive EWM, then you'll have to go for this. Otherwise, you can go with the basic stockroom management, but that'll have very limited functionalities. Okay. Now the question comes in is, so what is the license cost? Right? So license cost is additionally there, right? You can have a basic advanced EWM. Customers will have to buy your additional license, our core functionalities. So we are talking about you procure to pay, order to cash, request to service, plan to product, and then subsequently your core finance and HR, right? This forms your digital core. So when you see here, so when you talk about your procure to pay, it talks about inventory management, material valuation. Then you talk about your order to cash, it integrates with your, so how your order gets managed, how your back order processing gets triggered, how your material requirement planning gets mapped, right? When you talk about your plan to production, it talks about your capacity planning, master data maintenance, all these things when it comes to a plan. Then when you talk about your, because order, when you talk about procure to pay and finance, everything relates, finance is all related to all these three modules, right? As part of account receivables, right? As part of, when it's aligned to sales, it's account receivables. When it's aligned to procurement, it's account payables. When it's aligned to the production, it's a costing, right? How your costing is all aligned. That's why when you talk about, right? So that's why you saw, why we saw it as a digital, because it's all integrated through an analytics platform. So when you see here, when I talk about digital code, this aligns for all this sales analytics, for example. Okay, so here, when I click on here, 1 minute. Maybe I'll take my sales overview. See here. The level of sophistication that is there in terms of the analytics here. I just click on go. You see here, when I say digital core, it is an integrated setup, right? This will talk about, you see here, for a particular customer, what are the credit memos that are triggered? What are the customer contacts? What are the customer returns that are active? Active returns, where it's just ready for refund, which is for which refund is not completed. See, for which refund is not completed, which has been released or which has not been released. What are the incoming sales orders? Yeah, it's up now. So when you see here, so when I want to see, when you see this particular navigation panel, suppose I want to see, I want to add this particular, maybe this particular report, say either at a column wise or whether it is at a, I want a row or a column, right? If I want this one to be on the column side, right? If I want to this, I can add these things. So my report will be, when you see here, I can add it to the rows and columns, whatever required. What was added to the rows, what was added to the columns, order level. So when you see here, when I add all this information, when you see here, you can see this net value getting added. The more and more I add this information. So this gives me more flexibility in the way I can handle the things here. Right? I can have the drill down, swap the axis. If you want to swap the axis, I can still swap the axis here. Swap the axis, navigate to, I can see how you want to have the navigation. From here, I can navigate it to. So this will give me, I can make my own set of reports here, right? So is it clear? I can make my own set of reports with the data. So when I say, what are the orders that are in the order level? What are the issues that are there in the order level? What are the issues that are there in the supplier level? What is the issue at the delivery level, the invoice level? How many open quotations are there, right? How many open sales orders are there? How many quotations are going to be expired today? What are the after a week, how much is going to expire? Which is not specified, because how many quotations doesn't have an expiry date. Suppose from here I want to trigger. So when I say I have so much of information, when I say I do not want to see, because it looks so, if a business feels it looks so cluttery. What if I say I want to align this? I go here, I have something called as manage cards. So I say I do not want to see some of them. I do not want to see the returns. Do not want to see the open sales quotations. I can do it. That means say whatever I want, I can hide it and I can keep it ready for a business to see it. So I can control my own. These are all called as individual cards. I can control the cards. So when I say I want to have the create memo requests, I want to create a create memo request, right? So I want to select one and create a create memo request. Create memo request. See here. Directly create a create memo request. Or else what you can do is I can this will create memo request. Okay. So I want to create a create memo request. So I can go directly to manage the transaction for directly opening. This is this one. So what is the debit? Right? There will be a reversal of domestic products, and based on which there will be a sales tax incurred. 580 will be on the tax base amount, and this will be mapped to this particular GL. If it's integrated to Vertex or indirectly in SAP, when you see it is not integrated. So when you see on the billing side, so the same thing when I go into the create memo request, create memo, you see the invoice, that is a create memo that is got created. When you see here, items, business partners, process flow. This is a create memo. As against this, what is the tax amount? When you see your accounting entries, so see here, you have this 14,500, right? There are three items on this: the base price and the taxes. So it will be against this price. I'm talking about each item, right? Totally, there are three items in this order. So it has got reversed, and there is a tax against this 5,000. There is a there's a tax. So that's the reason you have this 500 something taxes, right? That's cumulative of all these three. And see the accounting entries. When you want to see the accounting document, okay. So I have a domestic. So there is total of 15,080. That gets better based on your taxes, 14,500 and your 580, right? This hits this particular GL, customer account, and this specific GLs. So is it clear? I want to see specifically the taxes.
Yes.
This taxes and the currency. You want to have your local currency. This is a tax component that gets mapped. Next page. Okay. Document header. Against this, it's a billing document transfer. This is how you enter create memo. Then you have see your accounting document. When you see you want a controlling document, if there's any cost involvement. I don't think so. See, there is a cost element there. Right? As against this, what are the cost elements that gets mapped? Right? When you want to see, so cost elements, you want to further drill down, you can do that. They have a transaction called K03. Okay. I enter my particular GL account. So when you see here, this is the GL type. It's a primary cost element, and it's all USD. It'll be all been revenues. It'll be mapped to the revenue accounts. Further details. See this particular keywords. What is the group chart of accounts? Chart of account gets mapped. Company code as against your controlling area, which gets mapped. Right? So is it clear? So how the tax elements further you want to see, you can get into this. What is the group account number? And parallel as well, you can go and check this particular GL account using a table CSK cost elements. So this is basically the revenue domestic account. It's against to the cost element. So is it clear? So this is how you can map all these cost elements and then we can align this. So this particular cost element, controlling area, if there is any valuations against this particular valuation categories, this can be mapped. Okay, so I don't want to get details into this, so that because this is more aligned towards the costing. So with this, probably I think maybe we can discuss further in the next session, where I'll be talking about, when you talk about S4, right? 1809, you talk about multiple things now in the S4 side of it, right? What we are saying is, when you say S4, so we see how how each version, within each version, there are different something called as feature pack stack, service pack stack. They have something called as your mainstream maintenance. You have your customer specific maintenance. We have multiple things that I'll be discussing that. They'll talk about the components within right from 1610 to 2020. I'll be discussing next year. What are the different components? I'll show it in the system, how these components are all mapped.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the advanced ATP available to promise feature in SAP S for HANA Logistics? Option A, to optimize inventory levels. Option B, to schedule production orders. Option C, to check material availability for sales orders. Option D, to manage transportation routes. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to nail supply management? Dive into our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 2020 training course. It's all about mastering the art of handling supplies hassle-free. In this course, you will explore SAP S4 HANA Logistics, your go-to toolkit for seamless planning, ensuring products reach their destination smoothly. We cover it all, from basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, this course guarantees top-notch learning. Your instructors, they are seasoned pros, ready to guide you through every step and tackle all your queries. And guess what? Our students adore this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The cherry on top? It's budget-friendly. Get ready to ace SAP S4 HANA Logistics without breaking the bank. Keen to level up your logistics game? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So we have been discussing on what is the SAP S4 HANA, what is the path for SAP S4 HANA. So currently we are from 2015, we have been into the S4 HANA, various versions of S4 HANA. So predominantly, there are multiple versions of S4 HANA right from your 1610 to 1709 to 1809. Right, 1610 to 1809 to 1909 to 2020 and 2021. We have seen the multiple versions of SAP S4 HANA, which has been aligned to the SAP's product structure. Now, when you talk about in detail of the different versions, right? So I'll just use my whiteboard. So what happens is, suppose if you see, if I take a 1610 or a 1709 version, because your 1511 was the first version, subsequently it is followed by every subsequent version. So when you see, each one has a technical setup. So when you see for a 1709, if you take technically, so it will be on a SAP NetWeaver 7.52, followed by a SAP Gateway of 7.52. And you have an S4 core component. I'll show that in the system. Currently, we are using a 2020 system, S4 core component, and you have a SAP front-end server, SAP front-end server of 6.0, and you will have a front-end to back-end, which is SAP FES 4.0, which will be aligned to your SAP UI 7.5. And your Fiori, when you talk about your Fiori, from 1610 to 1709 was on Fiori 2.0. 1510 to 1709, and even in fact, when I say from 1709 we move towards 1809, the technical setup or it goes with SAP. So from a NetWeaver 7.52, then they started moving towards something called as SAP ABAP platform 1809. The gateway of 7.53, and your S4 core is 103 version, right? And your FES had moved from 5.0. So you have 4.0, it moved to the 5.0, and the compatibility was there till 6.0 if you want to migrate later. Then 5.0, then after that, when they moved to 1909, right? Even the SAP till 18.0 was on 2.0. Fiori was 2.0. And when you see the HANA database was on HANA 1.0, right? HANA 1.0, from 1610 it was on 1.0. From 1709 they moved towards, see when you see they moved towards HANA 2.0. So when I say HANA 1.0 to 2.0, they had your service pack versions, right? HANA 1.0 has service pack till 9.0, right? HANA 1.0, then it moved towards HANA 2.0. So the latest service pack is SPS 06. That's the latest version on the HANA 2.0, which is currently being used upon. Right. So coming back to my explanation of the different versions, right? So from 1909, when I say the similar structure, so you have your ABAP platform, 1909. That moved towards your gateway 7.54. S4 core was 104. And your FES was 6.0. The compatibility was there from 6.0. Then, because further what happened is they moved towards, from 6.0, they moved towards an FES 2020 when they subsequently moved. So the compatibility was there from FES. FES nothing but a front-end server. I was explaining to you the last session, right? How your front-end and back-end at the Fiori level was maintained. And they moved from 1909 from Fiori 2.0 to Fiori 3.0. Right? So I'm just explaining you how the product structure got evolved. What are the different stages in which the product has moved? So 1920, they moved towards 2020 version, right? Because as I was saying, the nomenclature till 1909 was on the year of launch and the month of launch. Of late, then they said, now we need to streamline the way the SAP systems are mapped. So they said, let me make it by the year of release, right? 2020, it was basically based on the year of release. Now, when I see the structure as part of our product line, then they moved from an ABAP 1909 to ABAP platform 2020. And they moved towards the NW gateway of 7.50. And the core components which was there as part of the S4 HANA was on S4 105. And the Fiori version moved from 3.0, is still continued with 3.0. But the only thing is that HANA database had moved from SP service pack stack 04 to service pack stack 06. Right? It moved from 04. Currently, we are in the 06 version. That is the reason. Still, they will continue till SPS 09, and simultaneously it will move towards the next generation of HANA database. Sorry. Okay. So having said this, now the compatibility was there 2020. Now the next version is SAP HANA 2021. That's the latest version that got released in October 2021. So that's the latest release as far as the on-premise version is concerned. So now you have the ABAP version 2021, subsequently followed by the NetWeaver gateway of 7.56. And you have your S4 core of and your front-end server 2021. This you can see currently in the system, which is the latest in the market. And it is still on HANA 2.0. Sorry, 2.0. So is this clear? So when you understand S4 HANA, right? So it is to understand what are the different components get into a structure of SAP S4 HANA. Now we see SAP's product line has moved from 1511 to a 2021, which is the latest version. Okay. Now, within each version, for example, within each version. So for example, when you see the timeline, start of it 2016, right? 2016, or maybe see 2015, the first version on the S4 HANA 1511 had come in. Then 1511 to When next version is 2016, right? They came out with 1610 version, right? Then subsequently had 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, right? So there are two lines of maintenance. So they have something called as, so when you see line of maintenance, they call it as a mainstream maintenance, customer specific maintenance. Simplified fourth generation, they have brought simplified under 5 pillars. Maybe in the previous version we have discussed all these things. I'll just repeat it once more. So one is basically, one is a table level changes, T code level changes. Table level changes, what tables have undergone right from here, because from R1 to R2 to R3, there have been multiple changes that has got evolved. And now when they said so many tables have come in, now when they wanted to simplify this particular system, they wanted to reduce the number of tables from the database structure. So they said, how many tables can we reduce so that it doesn't have an impact on the overall system structure? Because at the end of the day, when I tag a table to a program, right, be it a standard program or a custom program, right, at the end of the day, it is going to hamper my performance of the system, right? The more and more tables, more and more programs have to run, and more programs running parallelly will have an impact on the performance of the system. Similarly, transactions are again tagged to the T codes are tagged to the programs, which eventually is going to have an impact on the performance. And one is basically your business functionalities, right? So when I say from version to version, one is the table level changes they're doing, T code level changes they're doing, improvisation of the business functionalities. As when the business is demanding, what sort of business functionalities are getting adapted to the business requirements, right? So that's the reason this is third pillar is your business functionalities. For example, we take a simple business function of your customer master, vendor master, getting aligned to something called as your CVI now with the business partner, right? So how these things are the business partners aligned. I'm just taking an example. That could be an example of a business function which is getting evolved. Next, you have something called as UI or the Fiori. Previously, you had only your GUI. Now you have additionally one more platform, which is your Fiori. So a lot of changes are happening on the UI and the Fiori. A lot of Fiori new apps are getting evolved. So that is coming version to version, right? So we should understand why I'm saying the simplified fourth generation is because when you see your ECC, right, or when you see your third R3, it is not something where the R3 came in one shot and all the things got aligned to one particular version. Because ECC itself had multiple ECC 4.6, 4.7, and then we had EHPs coming in 5.0, 5.6, 6.0, right? And which in this ECC, there are a lot of EHPs, as I said, 7, 8, a lot of, and each version, the similar is the platform which SAP is taking right from year 16, 15, 11. We'll see the roadmap is still till 2025, right? Every version is planned for additional changes. Then they have something called as code push down mechanism. Right? When I say code push down mechanism, what is aligned to the code push down? So suppose previously we had something called as your R3 structure, presentation, application, and a database. Now what has happened is, because your database was previously a third-party database, right? Now SAP is building its own HANA database, and it is something which is an in-memory. Everything is stored in the memory. So logically speaking, it is all run on one single sandwiched mode, right? Though they don't call it as an R2, but still your application and database is running very seamlessly. It's more in a synchronized fashion. So what is happening is the codes are all written in your ECC or your R3 structure at an application layer level. Now they allowed to write the codes at a database layer level, right? The codes have to be written at a database layer level, where previously it was written on an application layer. That's the reason code is pushed down from an application layer to a database. These are the 5 pillars on which the SAP simplification structure is aligned, right? So that's the reason every version, if you see, there will be a changes. There will be subsequently a simplification changes. So that's something which we need to understand, right? So they have 2 lines. One is your mainstream maintenance or your customer specific maintenance. So mainstream maintenance for system is, suppose if 2015 or 2016 they have launched a system, right? Still 2021, they'll be supporting it as a mainstream maintenance. Beyond 2021, it's a customer-specific maintenance. So is it clear? But SAP will support till mainstream maintenance. Customer-specific maintenance, either it will be through some service providers will be providing it. Some SI partners will provide, will support it beyond that. Right. And when you see this line, right from a 16 or your 17 to your 18, right, to your 19, as I said, you're 19. To your 2020, 2021, right? The different product lines that come. So you have a 5-year. So suppose 2017, the version that is a 1709, which has got launched. So that will have a 5-year maintenance. Customers with mainstream maintenance of 5 years, and subsequently a customer specific maintenance, right? And between each version, so suppose if 1610 is launched in October, right? What they did is they had 2 versions before 17, FPS01, FPS02. FPS01 would be launched in the month of Jan Feb, and FPS02 will be launched in the month of May, April, May, June, or that side. So what will happen is there are two versions before it comes. That's the reason when you see, let me show you. When you say Fiori, there is something called as Fiori. It's available directly in Google. It is available. You just type it as Fiori Apps Library. It will be available. So when I say any particular app, it is available directly. It is for open. So let me take an app which got introduced right from 1610 to currently, which is there. Okay, maybe I'll take a track sales order or any particular app right from here. You see here, this app got introduced in 1709, right? So what has happened is from 1709, so currently we are in 2021. The latest version which has been launched from SAP side is FPS01, right? So currently we are in SAP S4 HANA 2021, right? So if you see 1709, this app was launched, and subsequently every upgrade has happened on this for this particular app. So FPS01 is feature pack stack 01. It's technically it's a service pack stack. Then you subsequently move to FPS, then 1809, 2 versions, 1909, 2 versions, 2020, 2 versions, then finally 2021. Right? So like this, you have all these apps which has been aligned. So take an example of a specific app now. Import sales documents. So this app is a cloud specific app. As of now, it has been launched only in the cloud. Import sales scheduling agreements. So you can see here which version that is, because you have both on-premise version and cloud version. You see import sales scheduling agreements. This is supported as of now in cloud version. Then subsequently later we can see that in the cloud, in the on-premise version is which is 2022, right? Because normally it will be a cloud first strategy. What they are adopting is a cloud first strategy. It will come in the cloud. Any changes or anything that needs to be done, they will incorporate those changes in the cloud. Then subsequently the next on-premise version that comes in, those things will be incorporated in the subsequent on-premise version. When you say this is basically a cloud is an updates, right? Cloud is basically because see, technically speaking, there will be a lot of code modification that will be done, right? Technically, if you speak, when one version to the subsequent version, see, if you understand, let me explain to you. And when you see, when you talk about S4 HANA, right, you have 2 deployments. One is an on-premise deployment. One is a cloud deployment, right? On-premise version, they call this, or this is a yearly innovation. The innovation cycles, or when you see the incorporation of this new changes that is happening on the on-premise, it's an yearly. That is the reason you have 1511, 1610, 1702, 1709, 1809, or a 1909, 2020, or 2021. Okay. Now, coming to the cloud, the innovation cycle is quarterly, right? So it is always, the cloud will have a faster adoption in terms of the functionalities, right? Or the new code enhancements. So is it clear? So now when you see latest version was 2111, and the latest version currently is 2202. This is basically every 3 months there will be an upgrade. See, normally when you see, your question is if I have my ECC version, right? Now my organization decides to move to S4, right? So currently, when you see, if you see, suppose I am on ECC, now I make a move to either a 20 or 2021 or 2020 or 2021 version, right? Because that being the latest thing, some people would adopt to 2020, some people would adopt to 2021, depends on their requirement. So when I say I'm moving my ECC to S4, right? So I need to have the minimum hardware setup, minimum software configuration required. Why I was explaining you this hardware setup is, sometime back I was explaining, right, what is the minimum requirements for someone to migrate it. If you're saying I'm going to a 2020 version or 2021 version, I need to have minimum of HANA 2.0, right? Plus my ABAP platform has to be on 2020. NetViewer version has to be on 17.15, 7.5 or 7.56. Then I'll have to have my S4. These are the minimum hardware requirements that needs to be mapped. Then I will have to see what is going to be my mainstream maintenance versus my customer specific maintenance. Suppose if I say I'm buying a 2020, for the next 5 years, I will have the complete support, right? Till 5 years, I need not make a mandatory. Is it clear? Right? Until unless I say I'm currently having 2020. Now I see some changes coming in 2022 version. So that is 2022 or 23 version. I see it's been 3 years. I can upgrade this to particular 2023 version. 2025, the roadmap is there. It depends on customer, because see, what happens is, right from your 2019, if you see, a lot of machine learning enhancements on the machine learning part, your artificial intelligence side have all been enhanced. The question is, do the organization really want all those functionalities, right? Because see, the more you get into the latest version, the more premium you're paying, right, on the licenses part. That is the reason some organizations try to take a comparatively lower version, then see whether the system, whether the organization is really looking for that particular enhanced functionalities. Then they upgrade it whenever they require it. It's again a choice of the organization. Depends whether those functions. See, SAP release all full-ended functionalities, but do the companies really use all those functionalities, right? So to implement those solutions, one thing is maintaining those solutions is a challenge, and if you don't use all the solutions, then going for that particular solution and adopting it again is an additional cost. That's where this updated. Where in the cloud, right? So you have something called as a public cloud and a private cloud, right? When you talk about, some people go for a cloud migration. When you see a public cloud versus a private cloud, right? So or sometimes they could use a hybrid cloud. Right? When I say public cloud, so here you will be like a public, you will be on a public space, where predominantly you will be on most of the SaaS will be on a public cloud, or sometimes they can adopt the SaaS-based models, for example, or you can have a private cloud where you can say I'm going to specifically, but only thing is that private clouds are pretty expensive because they're dedicating a firewall and then they're giving the space to you for use it. Hybrid cloud is as a combination is a public plus private. All sensitive information gets into the private. All non-sensitive, not critical information, you can place it onto the public, and some customers use hybrid cloud. One thing we should understand is cloud, right from your 1503 cloud got launched, right? It doesn't mean like an on-premise version. The cloud has all the versions, right from your 1509, 1508, 1511, 1602. You have 16, like this you have till 2202, which is latest. So you'll not have all the versions of the cloud because cloud is always having the latest update only, or maximum one previous update only. So currently if you see the cloud, it will have only 2 updates. Because why they're keeping the lowest one? Because some customers have already been working on some product, on some project. So you cannot directly have an upgrade to them to 2021. That's the reason. For that purpose, they'll be keeping the last version, previous version, and the current version only. So is it clear? Cloud, you don't have an option saying I'm going to adopt this 1602 now, because cloud has already got an upgrade. You will have to go with it because cloud is a pay as you go model, right? It is an on-demand service. On-premise will have a flexibility of your mainstream maintenance and customer specific maintenance, wherein in the cloud it is specifically handled by, because when you see cloud is handled by SAP plus the hosting partners like your AWS, Google Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure, IBM Cloud, plus your Alibaba Cloud, right? So these are the cloud hosting partners where they work on some revenue sharing model for them to host those services. So is it clear? Because there's a clear distinction between how you want to adopt a cloud versus how you adopt a. But one challenge is, see that when I say cloud, that is one challenge in the sense it is more of a standard fit to use, right? So you will not have that room of customization which you have an on-premise version. So that is the reason a lot of customers are already on an on-premise version. They will be on a highly customized environment, or if they want to customize further, having implemented S4 HANA, the option to go for a cloud, so on-premise version. See, cloud is basically the target segment is, yes, already a customer is having an on-premise. He want to use certain functions. Some businesses, he want to move it onto the cloud. Some things he has to move it on the cloud. In that case, he can have a hybrid approach where an on-premise and a cloud combination. But when you say specifically, if a customer is directly moving to the cloud, the room for customization is very limited on the cloud. That is the reason customers who are looking for a customization, highly customized environment, or predominantly more of customization, should be preferring an on-premise. And for a cloud, where they can use a standard fit to use content. But for a cloud, it is good for people who doesn't have to invest much, right? Maybe a small and medium enterprise, SMEs, right, or SMBs, where they cannot invest highly on the infrastructure side, yet they want to have the SAP flavor in their ecosystem, so they can use this cloud. And later, as and when they move from a smaller organization to larger scale organizations, they can have a hybrid approach where they can implement on-premise as well as they can use a cloud-based solution as well, or they can completely move to an on-premise solution. You see, there are a lot of choices now in front of the customer to decide whether he wants to take a cloud, whether he wants to go for an on-premise, whether he wants to take the combination of on-premise or a cloud, or when you want to take a cloud itself. Within a cloud, you can have a public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud. They have something called as Hana Enterprise Cloud. A lot of options are there, right? Or a single tenant, multi-tenant, a lot of options on the cloud is available for a customer. Technicalities are so much now. Now technicalities or the technical migrations are so sophisticated now, right? So that is the reason. See, cloud, you have other advantage. For example, you have a SaaS-based models. For example, when I say your Ariba, Fieldglass, right? Heard of this Ariba systems? You have something called as Hybris, which was there. Now it has been migrated to something called as C4 HANA. C4 HANA, and you have your SuccessFactors, right? You have your Concur solution, SAP Concur solution. Those are all cloud-based models. It's all software as a service-based models, right? So you can adopt those things where you can have a direct cloud-to-cloud integration or on-premise to cloud integration. So suppose if I say I have an on-premise system, I have my own on-premise, I have my third-party on-premise, I have my own cloud, I have a third-party cloud, right? Then I want to integrate with some of the cloud like a SaaS-based models. So I'll have to use a middleware. They call it as an SCP. SAP Cloud Platform. Previously, they're calling it as a HANA Cloud Integration, right? So this is basically, they're going to have this integration between a on-premise to on-premise, or a cloud to cloud, or a third-party cloud to third-party cloud. I can do any sort of integration because this will have a real-time data replication, real-time process replication. They have something called as integrated flows. And this have an integration with your services and marketplace, which gives us flexibility of having your cloud, because this will be through a PIPO, process integration, process orchestration mode. So that is the reason. Suppose if I want to integrate my on-premise system, for example, my Ariba system, they can use this HCI. Ariba has even more. You can use a PIPO, HCI, or they have something called as CIG, Cloud Integration Gateway as well now additionally. You have a CIG integration as well possible now with your Ariba coming in, right? Or maybe if you feel I'm talking about any SaaS models. All these possibilities are there now. So the different options for a customer to implement it is on the higher side. What I was saying is, suppose I am having an on-premise system. I want to integrate to my own cloud, or I want to integrate to any cloud wherever there is an endpoint of a cloud, right? So my on-premise systems, if I want to integrate to my cloud system, they have a middleware, like they call it something called as SAP Cloud Platform. So this integrates with your real-time process, Real time, they have something called as message integration, like on iFlows, they call it integrated flows. And it integrates with service and marketplace. And this has a direct integration to your cloud. So it can be an on-premise, third-party on-premise, cloud, or a third-party cloud. That integration is very seamless, right? For example, I want to integrate my IBP system, my on-premise system to an IBP system, right? Because previously your on-premise systems are integrated to your APO systems. Now APO is no more available as an on-premise solution. The only option is now for going for a cloud. APO solutions have all been migrated to IBP and it's completely going on the cloud. Suppose I want to integrate my on-premise systems, right? My on-premise system to an IBP system. I will have to do the planning over here in the IBP and then bring those data into my on-premise systems for further execution, right? And this integration should be seamless. How will that be possible? That's where you'll have this SAP Cloud Platform or HANA Cloud integration, getting that work done easier for me. So let me show that as well with citing an Ariba as an example. Integration with other SAP components. I go with the business network integration. I want to integrate with my Ariba network. So when I say I want to define my basic message settings, right? From an Ariba side, when I say I want to trigger a purchase order, so let me explain to you a little bit about the process. So I have my SAP S4 system, which is an on-premise system. Now I am integrating with my Ariba, which is here. So I am a buyer. I'm integrating with the Ariba supplier, right? So when I create a PR gets converted to a PO has to reach the vendor, supplier, right? That information has to be an outbound here. In Ariba, it has to be an inbound. Once the PO is received by the supplier, he has to give this again is a message, which will be an outbound in Ariba, which will be an inbound in your S4HANA system. Based on the PO confirmation, he has to give me something called as ASN, advanced shipping notification. So it will be an outbound over here. It will be an inbound over here, right? Based on the ASN, I'll be doing my GR, goods receipt, right? After that, I could be triggering a GRN, right? And once GRN is still an optional, based on which he'll be sending my invoice. It'll be outbound here, it'll be an inbound, right? So this is how, then once the invoice is received, right? I'm triggering all my invoices from Ariba perspective, right? Then subsequently, then I'll have to give my payment, right? Remittance, all these things, that will be again a message that will be going back and forth. So when you see this particular process, it has to be very seamless, right? Though it is talking to two different systems. Sorry, we're talking to two different systems. This is one system, and this is one system. But what is the integration gateway, right? Those things are the ones which Ariba takes care. So is it clear? So now, when I say take an example of this. Suppose from my I'm going to give a purchase order. It's an order request, which is an outbound request from my S4HANA system. In the Ariba system, it will be an inbound, and it is going to be a CXML or an EXML message. Right now, order confirmation request. The supplier has received the order. Then it's going to give me a confirmation request. It's going to be an inbound queue. It is going to be as part of my inbound direction. Okay. So then he's going to give me a shipment notification request that is called as an advanced shipping note, which is going to be an inbound delivery in my side. So it is going to be an inbound message is coming into my layer. Then once this inbound request is there, then this person is going to have your inbound detail. So he's going to give me an invoice, which is going to be an inbound. And based on which I'm going to give him a status update request, which is going to be an outbound. Then if there is any payment remittance, it is going to be an outbound at my side, right? And payment remittance status update, which is request, which is going to be an inbound. Payment proposal request is going to be my outbound. So is this clear? How this message mapping is done? What you see as an outbound here will be directly in opposite direction in which it will be receiving at the other system. So when you see this particular system, currently we are on the latest version of, when I get into the details, see, we are on 2021. Whatever system that we are currently using is a 2021 system. And Fiori basically was on 3.0, Skin Persona 3.0. It's on ABAP platform 2021. Fiori's FES is 2021. Fiori is 2021. And you see your S4 component is 106. So I was explaining to this all this component, right? And your front end gateway foundation is 7.56. SAP UI is 756, right? All these things are the versions. So here, right? And when you see this Fiori apps, whatever specific apps you have, so you have two options to toggle. Suppose if this import sales order is one of the apps. So this is available both in on-premise and cloud. When I say on-premise, we'll have to select S4 Hana. And when you see on-premise, this is a 2020. This has come only in 2021, where I'm going to import the sales orders through an Excel. I can use an Excel to import the sales order. Right? I can upload a sales order through an Excel, and I can trigger my particular sales order. So let's just take an example. Let me show you the Fiori as well. This is basically going to be your Fiori. Okay. So previously, where you were creating a sales order, manually you have to enter a sales order. Now, I want to import a sales order. So this is a 2021 app. So what I do is I go to my desktop. I just upload this file. Let me open the file parallelly. So what are the mandatory fields here? Required. I go to my order data. Sales order, temporary ID, because it will get assigned to a sales order. It will create a sales order. OR is basically my sales document type. I'm entering my distribution channel. Who is my sold to party, ship to party? What is my customer reference date? What is the temporary ID? What is the product? What is going to be my requested quantity, right? Your plant will eventually get pulled out from your customer master if it's maintained, or you'll have to manually enter the plant if you don't have anywhere here. So suppose now I go here and upload the template, right? I've already uploaded the template. Then I say import. System has started to create the sales order. Okay. View history. 1 minute. Okay, see, it's already imported. It is the update. It is the Excel sheet. You see, this order has got created. Previously, if someone, I hope someone has worked, you have worked on the previous versions or ECC, right? Where you had to manually create a sales order. At Bay or James, I think you probably would have worked, right? See, you never had this option of creating a sales order. No, not what I was trying to say is the flexibility that SAP is providing now. So that is the reason 2020 did not have this option. 21 had this option. So they're trying to give more and more flexibility from a user's perspective to ensure that. So now when I say I go and I see this particular sales order from here, I want to track the sales order. Now I want to track the sales order. So the sales order is an order fulfillment. I click on this, I get into the details, and this is on a browser. So you have a backend. So there are two UIs. One is your backend UI. Backend UI, as I said, I can create a sales order where I can manually enter the details over here. I'll have to manually enter whatever enter in the Excel. I'll have to create a sales order. Item by item. Here also see, when you see a Fiori, you can directly do it. So for example, in a Fiori, so you have a manual creation as well. Okay, so let me, when I say this is basically your manual creation. Suppose if I say I want to enter 10 quantity, right? Manually I'm entering it, then system will undergo an availability check. It'll go and check the availability. Then subsequently it'll go and create an order, right? 4632. Where in my case, so delivery directly I've created the sales order, which is created 4678 is my sales order, which I created through the Excel upload. Then there is a delivery which is updating, delivery due which is there in the next 2 days. What I do is I see it has not been delivered. I can create a delivery. See here, okay, delivery is created, right? Delivery is created. Okay, see, there is an outbound delivery created. Okay. Now, what I'll have to do is I go back. I go back. Delivery processing. Now I click on delivery processing. Now you see my outbound delivery is created but not shipped. Now you see my outbound delivery is created but not shipped. What I'll do is I'll have to pick and deliver it. I'll have to go and pick an outbound delivery. My outbound delivery, suppose if I put for 10 pieces, I'll have to go and pick this particular outbound delivery. Right? Picking status is currently. Then I click on this, copy picking quantity. Picking is done. Now I'll have to post something called as a goods issue. Goods issue is nothing but where I am transferring that. Transfer of ownership happens between me to the between the plant to the customer. Okay. Now outbound delivery is created. Now I go back. I refresh this. So you see how easy now it is to create a sales order and subsequently move all the sales orders. Right? Now invoicing is it's in the invoicing phase. Invoicing is due. Delivery is created. It has been shipped. Now I'll have to go ahead and create an invoice. I create an invoice. Invoice is created. You see the process flow. My order is created. Order shipped. Invoice is completed. It's already posted journal entry. I want to see the journal entry. It has to update your customer accounts and your sales accounts, right? It will update against your debit and credit notes. No, this is specifically for an S4 environment because the flexibility is there because this all comes with an S4 license. So if a customer is upgrading from an ECC to an S4 environment, right? This is all how he's going to use this particular ECC environment, S4 environment to adopt this. And S4 HANA is completely Fiori driven. See what happens is I'll explain you. I got your question. What you're trying to say is, so when you see I have my ECC customers, right? Already existing ECC customers. Normally they'll be on a traditional third-party database. They'll not be on HANA. In these cases, there's no flexibility. Suppose there are cases where an ECC customer is migrating to HANA, right? Yes, you can have leverage some of the apps, but it's not be S4 apps. It will be HANA-based app. They have something called as HANA-based apps, right? And a customer migrates from an ECC to completely S4. He will have full flexibility of all the apps.
All right.
You got this right. So customer will eventually be here. The customers would move from this to this environment. You will be able to use HANA, but not to the full-fledged of HANA what you have currently see here. Yes, you can have some simple sales order creation on the Fiori app, but eventually the customers eventually have to move to S4 HANA one or other day. Till 2027, yes. See, 2025 or 2027, they can use it. Even with an additional premium maintenance, 2030 hours full, the SAP is supporting it, right? So that, and S4 HANA is supported till 2040. The roadmap for S4 HANA that is given support from SAP will be till 2040. So is it clear? Yeah. So eventually, see, initially they said 2025 they're going to release it, but a lot of customers were still migrating on ECC. There are a lot of projects which are migrated in ECC. So they said, let me extend it by another 5 more years from 2025 to 2027 as part of the mainstream maintenance with an additional premium payment on the maintenance part. They support till 2030. And beyond that, there's no support. Directly, it has to be only on S4 HANA side. See, it's not that. See, ECC is again what? Right from your 2004, right? 2004 ECC is already there, right? Already it has been almost close to 18 years support is already there now. They're extending it to another 3 more years, right? So 20-25 years beyond which the product developments have all stopped. What is then who is going to support it, right? The developments are all stopped in ECC. The complete development is happening on S4 only. Beyond EHP8 was lost, developments were stopped, beyond which there is no developments happening on the ECC side. All developments which are currently in place are only on the S4 side, both on the cloud as well as on-premise. That's the reason we need to understand how the product mapping is there. What are the things that are aligned to the product mapping? What is the scope of S4 HANA? What is the future of S4 HANA, right? What is the migration strategy which customers needs to plan, right? Because most of the customers are already in the planning phase. Some customers, yes, they are still in the wait and watch mode. But since always 6 or 7 versions of S4 HANA coming in place, so I think probably a lot of customers are already in the initial phase of movement, right? At least for the next 3-4 years, you'll find huge number of customers migrating from an ECC to an S4HANA platform. So this becomes imperative for us to understand how this product line on this S4HANA, especially what is required to what is not required. Because what happens is will not be only on the functional consulting side, right? We'll have to discuss with the customer on the technical architect, technical side as well. As a functional consultant, no more only a functional consultant is going to be carried forward as part of our skill sets. It'll be more of a technology as well as a technical skill sets that will be carried forward, where we'll have to work more on the technology side, technical side, as well as on the functional side. That's the reason all these things are imperative from a functional consultant standpoint to understand. So the path of S4HANA, right? We saw about the different versions on the S4HANA. What are the prerequisites for an S4HANA? What are the different system hardware requirements that are required for S4HANA? See, at the end of the day, customers, when customers discuss with us, right? It is not only a software investment. It's not only a license investment. They will have to upgrade their hardware as well, right? So one is memory level. What is the memory that is going to stack? Right? What are the different powerful core processors that multi-core processors which they're going to do? So the investment not only comes in only on the software side. Even on the hardware side, they'll have to upgrade. So this is how as I was explaining, right? How your database to your memory and your CPU is basically aligned. You have a memory. Everything is going to be on the in-memory, and your calculations are going to be on the fly. I'll not have any. There in ECC you had something called as index tables, where on the indexing, tables are getting indexed and tables are getting aggregated. Now all indexes and aggregations have been made on the fly, because HANA as a database is supporting the indexing and aggregation on the fly. That's the reason when you see HANA, right, what we are discussing, it's called as a high performance analytical appliance. It's purely used for analytics, right? So when I say analytics, what I was explaining is basically to show you how my process is getting driven. What if I say my analytics is even more sophisticated? Let me open it. It's all real time. What data is currently existing in my system is something which gets pulled in my real time reporting. See, one thing you'll have to understand is Fiori is something which is giving more simplified way by which users can use it. So when I say backend, right? Backend is something where I'll have to use transactions and run it. Why Fiori as a new UI was added is because the generation of users are changing, right? So a person who's using for past 10 years on the transaction mode, you cannot expect the new generation of users to use the same way, because they are more accosted towards the smartphone way of working, right? They just want to launch the app by click of a button, right? So that same thing that is adopted in an SAP portfolio as well. They're saying by click of an app, you'll be able to see that particular report. Suppose if I say I'm clicking on a report, I want to see the overview sales. Suppose if CXO or maybe a chief sales officer, right, wants to see how his organization is performing. By click of a button, right, he has to just enter the customer. He wants to see what are the things against a particular specific customer. I click on this, I click on go. You see for this particular customer, what all things are existing. What are the create memo requests? What are the customer contacts? What are the incoming sales orders? What are the issues that are against the sales orders for this particular? How many orders are stuck up at an order level? How many orders are stuck up at the supply level? How many orders are stuck up at the delivery level? What are the quotation pipeline? How many orders, how many quotations have got expired? How many quotations are expiring in a week? Right? What are the customer contacts? So all these things, you see, I have multiple ways by which I can have this particular information. So each one is called as a card. So each one gives you specific information. Suppose I say I want to have one more additional card, or I had some cards deactivated. I want to see all the open quotations. What are all the customer returns, whichever is existing for a customer? What are the actual returns that are existing? How many returns were all executed? This is a real-time report. Click of a button, I'll get all this information in front of me, which is present in my particular database. Suppose for this particular customer, suppose I want to search more. What I can do is, yeah. So is there any questions on this particular app? Just wanted to show you an analytical flexibility from a system perspective. From a functional consultant perspective, yes, we are supposed to we are the ones who knows how this reporting logic is built. What are the different tables that are getting accessed? Yeah. See, that is something called as a Fiori application. The programming on the Fiori side will have to be done by a Fiori developer. Right? On the backend, if there is any report, ALV reports or anything that comes in, that needs to be done on the backend side. So there can be two levels of reports. If there's a front-end reporting, yes, it has to be done on. So suppose if we say, this is my Fiori application. So when you see here, let me show you. See, this is basically the Fiori app where all these things will be done. Any question, UI file loader, you have your jQueries on which the changes needs to be done, because whatever is getting executed here is based on these programs, right? This application is running for you to execute this thing. Application is running on the background. This is the application that is running the background for you to fetch this. Okay, so track sales, right? You see here, suppose this is basically the component which runs. So if you want to expand this, probably I can see all this customer reference. Everything is basically pulled out from this particular program. Anything changes that needs to be done, they'll have to copy this particular program and do the changes. If it is a standard thing, they cannot do any changes. Then in that case, they'll have to create a custom tile, and the codes needs to be aligned to the custom tile there. Right? Because standard tile will always have a standard programs against which it is getting executed. So this is where your entire set of application is running. Suppose if you say, I want to send this, I want to save this. So okay. So when I say this is something I've made it to specific to a customer, or I want to say, I want to search a particular customer. So what I'll do is I'll pull it out. I select my customer and enter my customer in the search bar. I don't want to get into any app, so I just wanted to see what are the orders against my particular customer. I click on this. It'll give you my customer, all my customer details over here. Right? Against a particular customer, what I do is I click here. I'll click something called as customer 360-degree view. Everything about the customer will get displayed here. So business perspective, right? Because he gets all the information by click of a button. So when I talk about an ECC, when I show this to customer's flexibility is higher here. So if I say for this particular customer, what are the different sales areas? What are the open quotations? Right? What are the contracts? What are the customer returns? What are the credit memo requests that are existing? Debit memo requests? What are the scheduling agreements against this particular customer? What are the billing documents against this particular customer? What are the fulfillment issues? Right? So there are orders which are stuck up in delivery, the orders which are stuck up in order level, the supply level. What are the attachments that are there? So suppose if I say further, I want to further work on this delivery order level. So I go here, delivery issue. There's no delivery is not done. I go and see this. I can create a delivery. Okay, maybe let me go back. Maybe the stock would have not been there. Delivery issue. Maybe some stock would have not been there. Maybe some other order, maybe some stock issues could be there. So where we saw, right, where we went through similar, we created delivery, invoice, everything into one single stretch. So this is the flexibility which adds on to a particular order. I'm talking about we just saw a sales order. Suppose I want to see any particular sales order, right? I say there is one sales order. Maybe you can say 4637. How I want to do a search order? I do not know the app. From a user's perspective, you'll just go click on here. This is called as an enterprise search option. He goes here, sales orders. He clicks on, he enters the sales order. He has only the sales order number 4637. Click on this. He'll be able to see the sales order over here. Click on this particular sales order, and subsequently wherever there is a delivery plan. This is very simple from a user's perspective, right? Yes, consultant's role is there. A lot of configuration needs to be executed for sales order creation, all these things. But when it comes to the user's perspective, right? At the end of the day, we need to, as a consultant, we need to know all these styles, because the user will not know anything about this. It's something where we'll have to train the users to ensure that they use it more appropriately from the business standpoint. And you see, there is something called as, or we saw about a sales. Imagine if there is a customer's overview. I want to see only specific to customer. Okay, so you see here, I can go specific to the customer. I can click on go, or I want to enter specific to a customer. You see here, this is much more detailed. What we saw against a specific sales order, now it's much more detailed. What is the frequency of sales orders? Month on month, how is sales performing? What are the incoming sales orders for this particular customer, right? Month on month, what are the incoming sales orders? What is the frequency of sales orders? Open sales orders? What are the rejected sales orders? Sales volume by sales area. Sales volume based on the profit margin, which this customer's profit margin, you see that over a period of time it has declined, and after that it has increased, and then still there is a decline quarter on quarter. Customer returns. How this delivery performance is aligned. What are the rejected quotations for this particular customer? What are the customer contacts? You see, this is very sophisticated. As and when my database updates with latest information, it'll pick up the data and it'll give you the information. So on top of it, there could be a lot of requirements from the customer side saying that I want more information on this particular Fiori apps. Either cases, then you'll have to customize it. Then we'll have to write requirements for the customization. That's where the functional role comes in. We'll have to know what. That's the reason I said this. See, each one has a specific set of tables from where it is getting extracted. So let me explain to you. So I have my Fiori app. I have my ABAP front-end server. I have my ABAP backend server. I have my database, right? Where this is all extracted table. I click here, right? What it goes and checks backend, front-end, checks the tables, updates the information, and the user gets it on the Fiori app. So between front-end and backend, that's where your NetWeaver gateway comes into picture. Right, in pushing this information from your backend system to the front-end system, and subsequently from your tables to the backend system.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the embedded analytics feature in SAP S for HANA Logistics? Option A, to provide real-time reporting and analytics. Option B, to manage inventory levels. Option C, to plan transportation routes. Option D, to handle customer returns. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to nail supply management? Dive into our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 2020 training course. It's all about mastering the art of handling supplies hassle-free. In this course, you will explore SAP S4 HANA Logistics, your go-to toolkit for seamless planning, ensuring products reach their destination smoothly. We cover it all, from basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, this course guarantees top-notch learning. Your instructors, they are seasoned pros, ready to guide you through every step and tackle all your queries. And guess what? Our students adore this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The cherry on top? It's budget friendly. Get ready to ace SAP S4 HANA Logistics without breaking the bank. Keen to level up your logistics game? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So while you see your screen, you can directly go to Fiori Launchpad using this link. This will be the Fiori Launchpad icon. So now considering the tables. So while you're talking about tables forms an important part, as I said, because I said as part of the simplifications, I'll reiterate it again and again. Where I talk about simplifications, right? Simplifications across tables, T-codes, your business process, right? Or business functionalities, right? And the changes that has happened across the UI. We have a GUI plus your Fiori. Next comes in, you have your code push down. And these simplifications are across on-premise or cloud, both. Though we are discussing on-premise over here, even the cloud side, the simplification factors remain the same. So even if you're taking a cloud implementation or the cloud-based discussions, so you can take that simplification which is aligned. Now, coming to the tables, right? So as I said, your sales order, is distributed across 3 sections. You have your header, you have your item, and you have your schedule line. Right? Header talks about whatever is aligned to the header data. So when I talk about the header table, the core table for the header, so let me write it again here. Let me write the table structure. Sales order. So header table is basically aligned at a table called VBAK. Header table. Then you have your item table, which is your VBAP. Now, pal, if I open the system, suppose I create a sales order. So I'm creating a sales order specifically. So when I say here, this is all your header item. When I click on this header items, so I'll put the order quantity, maybe 1. So these are all your header information, which talks about your order type, right? Your sales order type forms the important part of your sales document. Header level information is all controlled by the sales order type. Then you have your sales area. Then you have your sales office, right? All this document currency, which is all your header level information. When you talk about what are the Incoterms. So when you see about this customer, right? See, customer has something, when I say this particular business partner, see, customer is basically, it's a master data. I was explaining to you what the difference between the master data versus transaction data, right? So when I say my master data, I use a transaction called as BP. So when I see this particular customer, this customer has all this information. For example, when I see this particular customer, it gives me what this customer's address is, right? What is which region does this customer belong to? What is the language that this customer is aligned with? What are the telephone details that this customer can be contacted with? What are the email address of this customer? So this is basically called as your general data about a customer. Address, what are the different addresses? Identification, what are the legal forms where this customer belongs to a specific corporation, or is basically a public limited company or private limited company, which is a general partnership company, right? And then what is the industry that this customer belongs to? There are multiple levels of industries which is supported by SAP. So which industry does this customer fall on to, right? So what is the tax, if there is any tax thing, what is the tax category that this customer is aligned with? Coming to the identification. So I said multiple industries it's getting supported. Then coming to the, what are the different identification types of this particular customer, right? What is the identification types? There will be multiple identification types. It can be based on the Dun and Bradstreet number. It can be based on the commercial register number. So that again, it varies from customer to customer. When you're creating the customer, all these things would come in from would get created from the customer master. What are the tax categories? What are the tax number categories? Which country of tax does it belong to? Right? Whether which region that the customer falls in. Right? If it belongs to Canada, if it belongs to Brazil, if it belongs to different region where this tax classification should come in. And what is the country region tax classification? There are multiple taxes because based on which you have the different tax codes which comes into picture. Then coming to, so what are the partner types that this customer belongs to? What are the payment transactions, right? Which bank that the customer which bank that the customer is using. Because this has become important because when you're getting the payment remittances, right? You need to know which bank account it is coming in for you to trace which payment has the customer released. Against which invoice is, because you might be releasing against a particular invoice. So what are the payment cards? So these are all falling from the customer side. So now when I say all this information which flows in into my particular sales order, right? It flows into the sales order from my customer master. That is the reason master data is something which is created one time for any specific customer, and every transaction you refer to the master data so that all the data gets populated from the customer master from where the data can be fetched, so that every time you need not enter all the information. Okay, now I said this is your header data. Header data, when I go here, click on function F1, right? So this field gets stored in which table you get to know. Okay, here you get this, right? It's an F1. Then you click on technical information. You see here what is the table name where it is getting stored, which is all your header information is getting stored in the table called as F1. Then I click on F1. Then I click on this one. So you see here what is the table name, and each one will have a field name. Suppose if you want to go to this particular table and select this particular field name, AUART. AUART is nothing but your order type, right? It's your order type. Now, what I do is, how do I go and check this particular table? I go to a transaction called as SC16N. Just remember this transaction. I'll be using frequently, but for you to get into the tables, the transaction is SC16N. The table is VBAK, right? Now you see here, there are multiple fields. What is the sales document type? What is the field that you got it? The technical name is AUART. Suppose if I go here, F1, if I click on F1, I click on this tools icon, AUART, right? I go here and select what are the different sales document types, what are the different document types. So suppose if you want to filter it, I want to filter all the sales orders with reference to my document OR. Yes, they're all German based, yes. So if you want to get in details, right, because normally our functional consultant uses SC16N. Normally a technical person will get into a table called SC11. You click on this VBAK table, you get to see, for example, AUART. What is this? Sales document type. Click on this further. This will give you what is maximum, what is the character type, what is the length this table can hold. Like if this particular field cannot hold more than 4 characters. And what is this package under which this table is getting stored, right? What is the super package? What is the software component which is aligned to this, right? What are the sub packages? Are there any package interfaces, right? What are the different package interfaces that is aligned with? So is it clear? This is a technical level, but still, because when you go in, when you check with the functional consultant, technical consultant, they'll get into all this ABAP dictionaries. See, when you see here, this is basically a sales document type. When you get into this, it will take back you to this particular thing. You see here, what is this sales document type? SC16N will be talking about more about SC16N will talk about only the core information which is required for this particular table. SC11 will talk about more technical details about this particular table.
Okay.
So this is basically your SC16N. So parallel, if you see about SC11, this is basically your SC11. So let me go back. This is SC11. This talks about more about your tables. And this all talks about what is the delivery class, it's an application table, right? When you see here, this is a master and transaction data. And what is the data maintenance? whether you want to allow this restrictions, you want to allow this data maintenance on this particular table with restriction or should not allow it, right? If someone wants to update this table, do we need any restriction? This is what see all this technical information about this will be stored in this particular table, in this particular SC11. This is SC11. You can see here, the moment I click on this on the rightmost corner, when I click on transaction, you can see which transaction have I clicked.
Okay.
This is SC1611. The screen interface itself is changed. And one more thing you'll have to notice is, you see here, this is a VBAK table. So it's against your, what is this load unit? Because you see here, in S4, as I said, right, all tables are column oriented tables, right? I told in S4, they moved from a row based structure to columnar based structure. That's where if you see this technical information, if you see it is a column based structure. What we have been discussing, right? That is something which I'm just showing you in the system. Okay, so now coming to, so why am I getting into this so that you get to trace everything right from a transaction over here, right? Suppose you want to see what is my document date. I click on here, function F1, click on this tool. What is the AUDAT? And this is aligned to this particular program. So when I want to get into this particular program, so on which this transaction is running, right? I'm running a transaction. There's a transaction that is running on what is the program that is getting executed? Because I said every transaction, every T code is aligned to a program. And program is parallelly running it for it to be executed. When you see here, this is basically the program that is running in the backend for you to execute this particular transaction. Right? It talks about multiple things in code terms. It talks about whatever is being executed from this program front. Though it looks very technical, right? Because it talks about, but this is the way the program is being aligned for this particular transaction to run. You see here. Right? So everything is linked in this particular performance assistant. You click on this, it will take you to this particular details. So AUDAT. So now I go back to my table here. I see AUDAT. So I can, if you want to go, I can directly go ahead and click on the search. I can click on the search, click on AUDAT. Sorry, AUDAT. AUDAT is nothing but my document data, right? Which is eventually this all header level information. Your sales area. Sales area is basically VKORG. VKORG is basically VKORG. V is all predominantly all V related V, right? If you see VK normally V, whatever starts with V, this will have alignment to a sales. You're getting it right. V means they're aligning it to sales. That's the reason when I enter the transaction to create a sales order, it is nothing but VA01. VA01. VA is basically, let me tell you. So this is too basic, but still it is important. V is basically for a sales. When I enter the transaction, VA is basically all sales order related, right? Similarly, VL is basically for the delivery. VF is basically for the invoice. What is V is? A is nothing but for an order. L is basically for the denotes the delivery. F denotes the invoice. V basically is case sales order delivery. Sales order invoice. right? Is it clear? That's how all these things are aligned with specifically with the transaction B, which is nothing but a sales. Does it make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but this is basic. We need to understand, because that's as and when you use these things, right? You'll come across these things. Okay. Now, all this information, as I said, is coming eventually from a customer master. Okay. So let me explain the tables. So when I was explaining the tables, all the core information gets into your VBAK table, which is your header latest information. Now coming to the item. Item is basically all material driven, right? So when I say I go back, I'm creating the table, I've entered the item, one quantity. How do I know which is the item? What are the details of the item category? I double click on this particular material. You get to see these are all item related information, because you have, I said, I was discussing the last session, right? Item is determined by your item category. Now coming to the item category, which is basically my TAN. What table does this denote? Item is all denoted by a table called VBAP. So is it clear? Item is determined by VBAP. VBAP is still all item related table. The core fields for a VBAK is predominantly, which is your VBELN. VBELN is nothing but VBELN is nothing but your sales document number. When I create a sales order, so suppose I create a sales order over here. Sorry. This is my sales order. I go ahead and save this particular sales order. It generates a number, right? 4678. This number is getting generated, right? Now, when I see this particular number, right? This number is used as a reference when I'm going for, suppose I want to trace this particular information at the table level. What I do is I go to the table called SE16N. What I do is I don't have any reference, I have only the sales order number. I click on this VBELN, that is your sales document, enter this particular information. I enter this, I get all this information over here. You see here, it was created by my user, what time I created it, what is the document date. Document category C is basically for a sales order, right? And the sales order type. Then what is the value of the sales order? The net value is overall value. It will not give you into detail. It will talk about the net value, USD. What is the sales area? What is the sales group? What is the sales office? What is the document condition basically for the pricing? What is the requirement delivery date? On what date I want the material? There is something called as pricing procedure, right? As I was telling, I think I was explaining last time, there was a pricing procedure which is getting determined. So what are the different pricing procedures that gets mapped? What are the shipping conditions? Right? What is my customer reference number? Suppose when I say, this is the customer reference number. Suppose with this, I want to trace my particular sales order, which is all created with this particular customer reference. I can go to VS03, which is basically my display sales order. I remove this. What I do is I put a customer reference of test. Then I do a search. All orders which are created with the reference of test as a customer reference, I get all this order numbers over here, right? Including the one I created now. Customer reference, normally they'll put a PO number, right? Normally you'll get a PO, and against a PO number, you'll be creating a sales order. But that will be normally used in a business as a customer reference number. Right? Tomorrow I want to trace back from the sales order which PO has been released, which PO on which PO basis has the sales order been created. That is basically called as your reference number. So is it clear? Anything that I want to search, I can search with this. Right? Who is the customer? Customer is nothing but a sold to party. What is the controlling area? What is the credit control area? I was discussing about the controlling area, right? Last time I was telling you about the enterprise structure. What is basically a controlling area? What is controlling the costs? What is controlling the credit control is nothing but what is controlling your credits? What is the currency? What is the company code to be built? Right? I said last time the enterprise structure, sales organization is aligned to the company code. Right? All this information gets stored over here. Right? This is all header level information. Now the same order which I created now 4678, right? I want to go and search it using VBAP as a transaction. I create a sales document 4678. You see here, this is all item level details. What item, what material, what is the material group? I said, right, item category. Item category will not be there in the header level information. It will be in the item level information. What is the billing rule? What is the target value? Right? Whatever information is there at an item level, what is the net value? Because net value is basically coming from the header level. But at item level, what will happen is further details about. So what is the weight? See, when you see gross weight, what is the net weight? This is basically picking up from your material master. As I said, master data is basically one is your customer master, right? What is the customer master which I was sharing, which I was sharing with you? Now, I want to see what this is a material level. There's a transaction called MM03. I go and enter the particular material. So the material is having various views, sales views, purchasing views, MRP views, storage views, warehousing views, accounting views, quality material can be extended to quality management, storage location. So when I say right, all these things are basically your basic level information. What is the gross weight? What is the net weight? Right, this is the metal that I've used. You see here, what is the gross weight is flown from on this particular material into my particular sales order. I have not entered these things, right? I entered the material, but all these things from where it is flown. What is the volume? What is the net weight? What is the gross weight? What is the base unit of measure? Right? All these things have flown from my metal master. I'm just taking sales order. Yes, there is a table called Mad Doc. I enter maybe one more metal, for example, the same metal. I enter the quantity as 1 and save this. I'm entering the same metal, but it's a different line item. Suppose I go here for this particular sales order. You see here, right? Entire thing will be, if there are 100 items, it shows 100 line items. This is basically called as your VBAP as a table, which is your metal master. We talk about detail about a metal. In sales order, what happens is, additionally, one thing is sales order confirmations happen, right? Suppose if I say, your customer says, I want the metal on so-and-so date, not necessarily that this metal will be available to the customer on that particular date, right? That is again subjected to whether the metal is first available with me as an organization to ship the metal to the customer. So in a sales order, availability check, or they call it as a metal availability date. That is basically defining how my sales order is going to be confirmed. That's the reason to see the same sales order. Suppose I go ahead and I go and display more of this particular sales. Now, each click on line item, there is something called the schedule lines. Schedule lines, it gives you on which date my material gets confirmed. The customer asks for 12th, right? Requested delivery date on the sales order is basically 12th. But the customer material is not available on 12th. Because consider there will be lead time against this particular material. Then what I do is the material is available on 22nd, right? When I click on shipping, it'll give you what is my material availability date. what date my metal is going to be loaded, what date the metal is going to be goods issued, on which day I can deliver the particular metal to the customer. From which point I'm going to deliver. I was talking about shipping point, right? From which point I'm going to ship this particular material, right? So if I see, this basically stores in a separate table. What table is it? VBEP, which is nothing but your schedule line table. Schedule line table is VBEP. We'll talk about your schedule line. So is it clear? Sales order header is defined by a table VBAK, VBAP, VBEP. Now let me open the table VBEP for the same sales order 4678. Now if I were to open the table VBEP, sales document 467, right? If you see here, there are two lines, right? There are two metals that I created, two line items. So that's the reason for line item 10, what is the requested delivery date? What is the metal available date? For line item 20, what is the requested delivery date? What is the thing? All these things are basically all your schedule line information. It doesn't talk about the item. It talks about the schedule line level information. What is the transportation planning date, metal availability date, loading date, goods issue date? What is the corresponding quantity? What is basically a movement type? See, movement type is basically coming from something called as, whenever there is a metal movement, there is something called as a movement type attached. Right? That is basically coming from your, let me see, sales. Right? All this information, which is basically triggering from your schedule line information. See, what will happen is, see, system does something called as an availability check. So a customer would have given saying that I want this on my requested delivery date, right? So customer, based on the requested delivery date, see what they will do is, see, normally you should understand that whenever whenever an availability check happens, right? The customer is given a date of 12th March, right? So normally an availability check, there will be something called as your backward scheduling. What they will say, 12th March is my requested delivery date. Okay. They will start scheduling backwards to see whether my date is being achieved. When I say backward, this will say what is basically the transit time, right? Transit time is 1 day, right? I'm giving the date because today itself I want the material. Today only I'm creating an order. I want the material today itself. 1 day is basically for transit time. Then transportation lead time, 1 day. What is transit time is, I ship the material from my particular warehouse, right? It will take 1 day to reach the customer. Truck will take 1 day to reach the customer. That means say 1 day is transportation, transit time. And before transit time, what I'll have to do is there is something called as a transportation lead time. What is transportation lead time? I will have to arrange the truck, right? The truck has to come from some other location. It has to come to my particular warehouse. It will take 1 day. Then, for example, there is a load time. The time moment the truck comes in, I'll have to load the particular material. Before the loading, what I'll have to do is I'll have to pick and pack. Right? For example, loading is 2 days or maybe 1 day, and pick and pack, because they'll not load immediately. They'll not. For example, they'll not pick one material and they'll say pack it and then ship it. Right? They'll pick and pack and put loading on one particular truck. Right? If it's going to one particular destination, they'll be loading on. That is the reason 1 day is basically it. Pick and pack. They'll have to pick those materials. It will be 1 day. That means to say, lead time is 4 days. Right? So today is 12th you are asking it. So now it will say whether if my order creation date is 12th, if I say 4 days before that, that means say it's 8th, right? 8th, which is basically negating this concept, right? That means the 8th it should have been confirmed, but my order creation date itself is 12th. That means to say the backward scheduling is failed. Then they will do something called as your forward scheduling. Forward scheduling is it will take your order creation date, which is your 12th, right? And they'll start doing a forward scheduling of the same timelines. Pick and pack 1 day, lead time, load time 1 day, transportation lead time 1 day, maybe transit time 1 day, right? So 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, subject to condition, the factory calendar, as I said, is aligned to a working day. So that means 4 days I'll be having, right? Then it will do a forward scheduling and say, I'll have to ship only on 16th. 16th will be my delivery date, which can be committed to the customer. So why you're saying this? Because that's where I said it is based on your requested delivery date. Suppose if that's what I was when I was showing you this particular document, you see here, first the system has done a backward scheduling. It's not able to confirm it on the date. That's the reason normally when you see if it's a backward scheduling, if it is confirmed on the same date, you'll not have the second line item. Second line item, it will give you date confirmation only if the backward scheduling has failed, and this is confirmed. The second liner, which is your 22nd, is confirmed through a forward scheduling. It is taken from your order creation date and it is gone forward, right? In terms of what is going to be mailed, pick, pack, load time, transportation lead time, transit time, all these things are calculated from the date the order is created, and it's taking all these things into consideration. So when I say 22nd is my order, right? 22nd. So 22nd is my, when I say where this transportation lead time comes into picture, right? It comes, one is basically my shipping point, which is basically from my enterprise structure, definition, logistics execution, shipping point. My shipping point is, this is my shipping point. What is going to be my load time? 1 day. Pick and pack time is 3 days. That means say 1 plus 3 is 4 days, right? From where this, then now I have 4 days now. It's giving me a 10 days tenure, right? 22nd is basically the date that is given. Next, there is something called as a lead time, transportation lead time or replacement lead time. From where it basically picks up your lead time, there is something called as a route. So if I see here, let me show you. There is a route, right? Under this route, it is taking this particular route. That is, when you're taking the route, there is a lead time that is getting determined. So it is basically under logistic execution, shipping, routes, defined routes. Okay. So what is this route here? TR002, right? TR002. What is the transit time is 2 days, right? So today is 12th. 12th is basically it is a non-working day. 12th is Saturday, Sunday. Considering 4 days, which is already there. 4 plus 2, 6. Right? And your transportation lead time is there's nothing, so it doesn't consider anything. Now what I'll do, then it'll go to something called as your replenishment lead time. So replenishment lead time, or they call it as an RLT, which is basically coming from your metal master. So I go here, I go to my MRP views. What is the transportation lead time? 4 days, right? Total replacement lead time is basically 4 days. So totally 6 plus 4 is what? 10 days, right? So what is my date that is getting reflected here? So is it clear?
Okay.
It is taking pick, pack, load, transportation lead time, transit time. If there's a, it will add the transportation lead time is 0. Only the transit time of 2 days plus your replenishment lead time of 4 days. So it's giving you the date of 23rd. Is it clear? This is the way you get your order confirmed, because all these lead times are going to be calculated when your order gets confirmed. So I think Praveen, you asked me this question, right? So how does it take this confirmation? When I give a requested date in the order has to go and do a scheduling, and it has to arrive at which date I'm going to confirm the order. right? This is the backend logic on which your system works. From a user standpoint, you will not understand these things, right? He will say, whatever is put up, but the thing is that from a consultant standpoint, we'll have to understand from where and where all these timelines are getting picked. Customer would have given a PO, right? In the PO, he would say, I want this date. They'll be giving you saying, I want this request to deliver date, which is there in the PO level. So for example, whoever is selling the parts in the sense, yeah, that will be entered by the end user only. Sales orders are created by end users, right? Sales orders are created by end users. So normally in a PO level, you will have something called as delivery date, right? This is a PO, for example. This is a PO, right? Suppose if from SAP I'm creating a PO, there is something called as a delivery date. When you release a PO, based on which is, suppose you are releasing it to a supplier. What will supplier do? Supplier is basically going to sell it to you. That means you will create a sales order on behalf of your purchase order. Always you'll have to understand, sales is always reversed with purchasing. So in a sales order, when someone is selling it, he becomes a supplier, right? To the person who is buying it. This person becomes a customer, right? Person who's buying it, buyer will send a PO. In the PO, I'll put your delivery date. So for person who's going to sell it, he's going to create a sales order. Then he's going to create once a sales order gets created, he's going to create a delivery order. He's going to give a billing or an invoice, right? So once the delivery is there at the customer level, or that is at the buyer level, right? You are the supplier. At the buyer level, what you do is you will have to take the material in. That's where you will do something called as goods receipt. I'm receipting the goods into my warehouse. Wherein a customer whoever is selling it, they'll be doing something called as goods issue, right? And once the material comes in, once the GR is done, this person will be raising an invoice, right? Seller. What will the buyer do? He will do an invoice verification. He'll be taking the invoice and say, against the particular quantity delivered, I'll do a verification whether the quantity is fine, whether the price is fine, right? That's when he will be, once the invoice verification is done, he'll be doing a settlement. So is this clear? Always when you see sales and purchasing, there is always the mirror image of each of it. Is it clear?
Oh, yes.
That's the reason sales side, when you say sales is basically a person selling, is basically a supplier, right? A person who is sending the purchase order is always be a buyer, right? Buyer will be sending the purchase order, and buyer will be sending a purchase. Suppose the same thing when you buy from an online portal, right? You are a buyer, right? For example, you're taking from an online portal, e-commerce, for example, Amazon or any of those, or Best Buy or anywhere. You are a buyer. At the supplier side, against your name, there will be sales order created, right? There'll be sales order created. Then you imagine in your case, yeah, you are the buyer. Then this person will be creating a sales order, for example, on name of Praveen, who has requested, who has placed an order for buying an item. Then this guy will be creating a delivery order, right? Then you are getting it at your home. What you do is you sign, right? Or the delivery person, he completes the delivery process, and along with that you get an invoice, right? When you along with the product, you send an invoice. But normally at an industry level, they'll be sending an invoice later. But the same thing. Imagine you are buying. So they'll be creating a thing. Suppose if you are saying, I do not want the product, or product is damaged, right? There'll be something called as you place a return request, right? So what happens is there will be a person coming from this particular warehouse, or he'll be taking this particular product, right? He'll be going back to the warehouse, and he'll be doing a return, right? For that, what will happen is there in the system, there will be something called as your return order created with reference to either a sales order or with reference to your billing document. They'll be doing your goods receipt. That means they'll take your material and then they'll be doing. Suppose if you say, I do not want this material, right? What they will do is they'll be creating your credit memo request. That is a sales order, sales document type, based on which there'll be a credit memo that will be created. Right? That means say you are getting your amount back into your account, right? Your source account from where you have bought it. That is where in the system they'll be reflecting as a credit memo, saying that this person has bought the material. In the accounting, it has to be, see, if material is taken in, but in the accounting terms, it has to clear it, right? So you're getting it. That is where, suppose, you're a buyer, right? From your buyer's perspective, you're getting all these things into your particular account. In the sales side, in an SAP, basically the business process plays a major role. Once you understand, the business process varies from customer to customer, right? We have standard business process, but a lot of customers use certain tweaks in the standard business process. They'll always not use the same business process which is defined by the industry. They'll be changing it as per the requirement, but always we should have to understand what is the business process that the customer is aligned with currently, right? If he's using a non-SAP system, and if you're mapping it to the SAP system, how do you can adopt it to the standard, and how much you can tweak it as per this requirement. Okay, well, I was checking on the tables. Let me do that. Right. Your core tables remain VBAK, VBAP, and VBEP. In ECC, what was happening? So along with that, there are some index tables. VK, DFS, which is basically an index table. It was an SD index table. VBAP was linking to a table called VAPMA. I'll show this tables. And the VBAP was linked to a table called VAKPA. Right? And all your VBAP was linked to a table called VEPVG. Now, if you open these tables now, I go and open this SC11, for example. So I use a table called VAPMA. Sales orders index. Or when I use SC16N, okay, you see here, they have in ECC you never had this proxy objects because these are all index tables, right? So index tables have been eliminated in the system. When I say this particular table, when I click on this, so for example, I click on this, basically the material. This material, I go ahead and search all the sales orders, right? All the sales order numbers are populated over here. This is index orders by material. This is an index table, which is created from there's a source basically, and this proxy object. This proxy object, there will be always a source table which is linked to this proxy object. So they have done in S4HANA what they've done is technically, they've eliminated all, as I said, they eliminated all your index and aggregate tables. So these are all index tables which are there as physical tables in ECC. They've all been eliminated in S4HANA. Eliminated in the sense, you still find this table, but this is not updating physically, right? So this VAPMA, for example, how do I know which are the tables that is accessing, right? I need to know which are the tables that's accessing. So I take this particular proxy object. I go to a transaction called as SDDLAR, display DDL source. I put this proxy object. You see here, this basically created what is the reference on which this table is doing? VBAK, right? Now, this table is always referencing fields from VBA. What are the fields that is getting referenced? VBAP mandatory. MATNA is basically a material. VKORG is basically nothing but your sales organization. Right? Out that we saw. So these are all tables. These are all the fields of this particular table. This table is referencing and is picking it. In ECC, these tables are physical tables. So is it clear? But now they are no more physical tables. They are all considered created as views. These are all views which from where it is getting picked up. Now it is all CDS view. They call this as a core data services views. That's the reason I was telling you these tables. VAKPA, right? It is linking to your VAKPA, VEPVG, which is a delivery due index. Right? This is delivery due index. VKDFS. Right? These are all index tables, which has now been eliminated. So that's the reason you will find these tables not being as physical tables. The core physical tables are VBAK, VBAP, and VBEP. Okay, each table, right? Each table, for example, a sales document will have to have something called as your status, right? The status in ECC were all aligned to a table called as VBUK. Item level information, VBUP. The status, how this table is doing with all the status, right? And this one, these two are linked to the document flow, VBFA. Suppose what I do is I created the sales order, right? Right. The sales order. Now I'm going to create a delivery on this. Maybe what I can do is, to simplify it, I'll remove one of the line item. What I'll do is I go to VS02. Like added one more line item, so I'll just delete this line item. This status, this table, I'm going to create a delivery on this particular table. Delivery is always created using VL01. I said VA is for sales order, VL is for basically my delivery. Right? I go here. The confirmation date is only on 23rd, right? So I'll be able to create the date only on 23rd. Now what I do is I create my delivery for always delivery. Shipping point is important. From where the metal is getting shipped. Right? Outbound delivery is getting created. Delivery is getting created. Now the delivery is got created. Now what I'll have to do is I'll have to delivery is created. I'll have to pick and PGI, right? Pick and pack. If packing is there, packing is an optional. I'll have to go to, I'll go and change this particular delivery. Right? What I'll have to do is I'll go to pick, because I'll have to go and pick this particular material. Then I'll have to go ahead and do something called a sports goods issue. That means to say the material is out of my warehouse for my delivery. Once the delivery is there, what I'll have to do is I'll have to go ahead and do my invoicing, billing. VF01 is the transaction for my billing. So this is basically my document. USD, I go ahead and say, because this is basically goes down based on my thing, I'm going ahead and billing it. So now, when I see here, all these things I want to see a flow against which sales order that has been created. Suppose I go to my sales order itself, 4378, which is the sales 4678. See, subsequent documents are created. Now, display document flow, you see here, sales order, I created delivery, I do the picking request, I did the goods issue, I did the invoice, and finally there is a journal entry. right? Journal entry has, right? I have my tax account, customer, and the revenue. Customer account, there is a debit, and revenue account, there is a credit. So is it clear? So when you want to see a general ledger view on this, you must basically talk about the transactions. It's basically the reference number. I'll explain the tables. Billing side, I'll explain the tables. But now for now you see the flow, right? This is only on the sales order I've created. But I want to see there is a flow. Suppose if I put this table called as VBFA, I go to a table, for example, SC16N. So when I put a table called as VBUK, which is basically going to show your header level information. In ECC, this is storing all the status level on the sales orders or delivery orders or billing orders. What they've done is, now they've eliminated this VBUK table. Right? They've done a simplifications on this VBUK table. Right? So VBUK as a table, it is no more existing. VBUK. Okay. So for example, VBUK was showing the header level. VBUP was showing all the item level information. So I put this table 4678, the same sales document. It doesn't update any information. Instead, what they've done is, they said, why should I have a separate table just for updating the status? What they did is, in SC16, in your core table, VBAK itself, they put a table called as VBAK underscore when I, for example, okay, what I'll do is I'll show this 4678. Okay. I go down my particular table. I'll show you where this. Okay, see here. Overall status, right? Order status is completely processed. Delivery status is completely processed, right? Because the delivery status is completed. Delivery status, because the PGI side, it is completely processed. Overall delivery bulk status is completely processed. Overall header status is completely processed, right? All the status information is stored directly in this particular table. We did not want to align it to a specific table in this particular thing. How is this possible, right? Technically, what they've done is, so what they've done is, there is a functional module. They call this a functional module. I'll show you that at a code level, they've done these changes. VBUK, read from doc, display. Okay. So you see here, this is an S/4HANA version on this functional module. You see here, select with field. They have done this. You see delivery level, it is going and checking the delivery order number directly. So they have done all these changes directly on the VBAK table, right? VBAK status inclusion. They've already done it. When this is reading this is going and checking your VBAK table directly for your VBUK read. So is it clear? So they are not physically storing anything in a specific table. Now in S4HANA, this table is no more existing. No. VBUK is for VBAK. When I say VBUP, right? VBUP is VBAP. That is your item level table. VBUP
Okay.
is item level status.
Okay.
So if you see here, wait a minute, I'll show you. Okay, so if you see here, right, VBUP. So S4HANA version reads DB tables VBAP and LIPS. DB table VPU is absolute here, right? This DB table has been eliminated. And VBFA is a core table. When I say VBFA as a table, let me open it. So let me go to a table called as VBFA. I'm talking about the only sales order. Now I'll get to the delivery later. No, after this. VBFA. VBFA will give you the status level document flow. I'll give you a preceding document as 4678. For this 4678, what is going to be my follow-on document? Right? This is basically my delivery document. This is my PGA document. When I open this parallelly, wait a minute. VA03 4678. I go and display my display document flow. This is my 4678 is basically my sales order. What is my outbound delivery? Ending with 3976, right? What is going to be my PGI, post goods issue? It's ending with 517, right? And what is going to be my invoice? It is having an invoice entry. Is it clear? This table basically stores all your flow of information. From a sales order to delivery to a billing to your, the entire list of flow. It is slightly a little bit to digest. The more when you practice it right, it will be easier for you. You said is a right. What you said is a right question. T codes have not changed, but T codes have not changed, but there have been T codes which has already been changed in system as well. So how do you check that? That is a table called PROGN underscore CORR2. PRGN underscore CORR2. Okay, so what I do is now you see what are the T codes that have actually changed. Right? What is my existing T code to what is my new T code? Some things have changed. For example, let me tell you. Suppose my T code is XD01 for a business, for a customer. XD0 is no more there. Now, if I enter XD01 in S4, because in ECC you are having XD01 as a transaction, which is for creating your customer. Now you say business partner XD01 is transaction because BP is absolute. Right? So this one gives you your BP. Sorry. This is basically my business partner. So this transaction is the only transaction which is existing. XD01, because based on the release, my release is 751, my network release is 751. So if you put 751 as a release, under this release, what is the T code? What is the new T code? What is the old T code? What has been replaced with the new T code? Right? You can have, there are some other transactions as well. PRGN underscore CORR2, RODIR. Correction table. Okay, I get a release 751. SAP release. Okay. 751. I think, sorry, the CO3 is not working, only 2. 2, you can get all this information using this transaction, PROGN CORR2. You'll find all the absolute list into this particular. Okay. Now coming to what we have seen in the sales order level, right? We have seen all in the sales order level. We have created delivery, right? Now, how this delivery gets aligned now? Delivery flows from header level. So, VBAK table, VBAK, this information flows to your delivery table. Delivery again has header and your item. Delivery doesn't have schedule line because order is already confirmed, right? Delivery will have only header. So header level information in your delivery will be LIKP. So now I've created delivery, right? So when you see here, VL03, and okay, maybe this is my delivery number. This is my header information. Header information, you'll have to click on this hat symbol there. Once you go to a delivery, you'll have to click on the hat information. Click on the hat icon, it'll take you to, now when I see there, what tables that is referred to? LIKP, right? LIKP is a table. When I go to LIKP, so when I say this is my delivery number, AC16N, the delivery is stored using a table called LIKP, right? What is my delivery number? 80003976. Now what I do is I enter my delivery number. This will give me all my delivery related information. What is my shipping point? What is my planned goods issue date? Loading date, transportation planning date. What are the Incoterms? What is the route? Document category for sales orders C. Document category for a delivery is J. Who is the ship to party? Who is the sold to party? Right? All the net, all the thing, all the header level information. Because header level information from your, so if you ask me how the delivery picks the particular information, I have not entered in anything in delivery, right? It is flowing from the sales order, right? Your delivery basically picks up your LIKP as a table, basically picks up one is basically from your sales order header and sales order item level, right? When you see this delivery, this basically are all your item level information. Item level information, which is stored in a table called LIPS. It's basically called as LIPS. See, once you understand how to read this particular tables, right? So it will be more easy because all the other tables are read in the similar format. Okay. So now, what I was doing is SC16N LIKP, right? LIKP is basically store you all this header level information. LIPS, if I say, this is my delivery information, right? All your, because delivery also will have an item category where the delivery gets stored. What delivery, which date it was created, right? Item level, where what is the timestamp? What is the plant? What is the storage location? What is the net value item? All these things are basically from your delivery level. Okay, I'll come to that. Now, when you see the status, right? Delivery related billing status is completed. I'll come to that point. Now, your delivery is stored in your BB, LIKP and LIPS table. All the information gets flows from your sales order to LIPS. This had your, again, your VBAK, VBAP, see VBUK, VBUP, which is a header item delivery item. This was basically giving you the status. And this is linked to VBFA. VBUK, VBAP is not there because all these things, again, as I said, LIKP, DUP and status, right? As I was mentioning for sales order, delivery, billing, header level information, header level status, right? So delivery level billing status, yes, delivery letter is completed. Overall status is completed, completely processed. The status level information is directly stored in, right? So again, what has happened is on the billing level. Now, when you see, I've shown you we have created delivery, we have created the PJ. Now going to the billing, what I'll do is I'll go to my sales order. What I'll do is if I do not remember my, okay, maybe I can take customer requirements. I used a test so that I can search my sales orders. I think 4678, right? I don't remember it. I can directly go and if I know what is my customer reference on which I can create it, so I can pull everything with this particular data.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard component of the SAP S/4HANA Logistics Suite? Option A, Transportation Management, TM. Option B, Extended Warehouse Management, EWM. Option C, Internet of Things, IoT. Option D, Environment, Health and Safety, EHS. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to nail supply management? Dive into our SAP S/4HANA Logistics 2020 training course. It's all about mastering the art of handling supplies hassle-free. In this course, you will explore SAP S/4HANA Logistics, your go-to toolkit for seamless planning, ensuring products reach their destination smoothly. We cover it all, from basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, this course guarantees top-notch learning. Your instructors, they are seasoned pros, ready to guide you through every step and tackle all your queries. And guess what? Our students adore this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The cherry on top? It's budget-friendly. Get ready to ace SAP S/4HANA Logistics without breaking the bank. Keen to level up your logistics game? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Now, when you discussed about the sales tables, right? Now, when you talk about metal master tables, right? As you're saying, your metal master is aligned to one is your basic data, right? The metal master is aligned to the basic data. Then you have sales. The metal, if it's used in sales, there'll be sales views. So there'll be multiple views that the metal master will be subject to. One is your storage views. They'll have something called as classification views. If you're doing some variant setup, they'll have something called as your purchasing views. Then they have something called as purchase order text. They have something called as foreign trade views. Then they will have something called as MRP views, right? Because where the metal is subject to the MRP runs. You know about MRP, right? MRP, you heard of MRP? Material requirement planning. Since you would have worked on the DP side of it, demand planning side of it, right? See, yeah, I'll tell you that. Then you have your forecasting, right? Based on your, because your PP plans will be aligned to the forecasting as well. Your costing, your work scheduling, right? Your PP will be aligned to work schedules, right? Then you have your plan data. Then you have quality management. You additionally in S4, especially these three things were there in ECC as well. Additionally, when you talk about S4, they come out with something called as your advanced plan, right? Because your PPD is integration is integrated in S4, they come out with an additional tab called as advanced plan. So when you see here, all these things, these are the different views, right? These are the different views. So within sales, for example, when I say sales view, there'll be 3 sub-views, right? So work scheduling, they will have 2 work schedule in 1 work schedule. So let me open the system. So parallel, I can show you there. So because the understanding of this mass data, this tables is equally important from a functional consultant standpoint. Yes, you can run transactions, but at the end of the day, running transactions is not a role of a functional consultant, right?
Yes.
Functional consultant would ensure that the transactions are run smoothly because the end user, whatever they're going to do, that is going to be the work of functional consultant, ensure that it's all set up properly. See the material. See, this material is subject to so many views. MRP, right? For example, your storage. I enter the plant because when you see, these will all be extended to specific plant, storage location, sales organization, distribution channel. Okay, when I say here, so basic data will talk about what is a base unit of measure, what is the metal group, what is the division, right? What is my gross weight, net weight? These are all basic information irrespective of whether the metal is used for sales or whether the metals are used for purchasing. That this data becomes a basic data which cannot be changed, which doesn't depend on any specific business function, right? Whether if it's a sales or purchasing or procurement, these data are not going to change as far as the metal is concerned, right? That's the reason these things are called as client specific data. At a client level, these data is held because this is a generic data. That's a basic data for a material. So if you see here, this particular table, if I go to there's a table called Mara. This is getting stored in a table called Mara. See what has happened is, so the generic data will get stored in a table called Mara. I'll come to the point now. Now you go to the specific table. Right. So general data, if you see, for example, when I enter this particular material, I get all general data when the metal was created, right? Because this is not specific. This is all specific. This is all generic information, right? Who created the metal? What is the last change of the material? Who did the last change, right? What is the main status? What is the material type? See, metals will all have different types, right? Normally, if you see standard materials will be, right? Material types will be, one could be your finished goods, right? One could be your trading goods. One could be your raw materials. One could be your packaging metals, right? One could be your semi-finished goods. So the different material types are used when you're creating the metal. Then when you're creating a metal, you will have to have something called as industry. Industry could be a mechanical. So when I create a metal, for example, MM01 is basically used to create a metal. Now you see, one is metal number. So suppose if I say I want to use a specific, I'll take a reference of a material, right? I go ahead and say there are multiple material types. You see here, what are the different material types available? Right? It could be fert. Fert is nothing but your finished goods. If it is going to be food products, right? What is the sort of metal that you are going to create? Right? It's a manufacture part. It's a metal general, right? If it's going to be an operating supplies, if it's going to be a packaging metal, if it's going to be a perishable metal, right? Metals have so much classifications. If it's a service material, for example, when I say I'm creating finished goods, right? I go ahead and select, see, there are multiple industries that are existing. It could be mechanical engineering, pharmaceutical engineering, plant engineering, construction, retail. Right? For example, I'm creating a finished goods. I'm just going ahead and extending it. What I'm doing is I'm not entering all the information. This metal, one metal is existing, it'll copy all the information from there. So it depends on industry, it depends on metal to metal. On the industry level, yes. Right? Because accounting data is important, MRP data is important, right? Suppose when I'm saying this metal is used specifically for sales, I go ahead and extend this. See, from one particular plant, I enter it specifically to one storage location, from one sales organization to one distribution channel. I'm extending it to the same. And I'm entering it. You see here, I have not entered these details, right? But this copied from an existing material. right? So this, I'm just entering it. Okay, I'm entering all this information, tax information. See, this is all sales related information. Sales related information. What is the base unit of measure, and which is related to sales? What is the general item category? So sales general plant. General plant, what is going to be the gross weight, net weight, curb weight, right? What is whether this particular metal should have an availability check, right? What is whether how this metal is going to be used? Whether the loading is happening through cranes, right? Or there's a forklift, or they're doing a manual, because these things will be important when you're doing the shipping point determination. Transportation group, whether you are doing the transportation on pallets or in container, on parcel or bulk product, right? How do you want to handle this, right? Then coming to your MRP. So whether the metal, what is the base unit of measure? What is the purchasing group against the particular material? What is the MRP type? Whether because when you talk about an MRP type, whether you are using it, there are multiple levels of whether you are, what sort of MRP runs are you going to be exit? Because for you will see as an MRP run, right? But how the MRP run gets triggers is something which a functional customer will know better, right? For you, it will be the demand plan will be triggered through an MRP run. But how this MRP run, from where it is getting triggered? So what's the lot sizing procedure? Who is the MRP controller? The MRP controller is the person who is going to trigger this who is responsible for this MRP, right? There are multiple MRP controllers over there. Who is going to be the respective MRP controller who is going to be responsible for these MRPs, right? Whether this particular metal will be undergoing an in-house production or an external procurement, or it is subjected to both types, right? And what is basically how you are doing to, what is the delivery time? Suppose if you are placing an order, right, to a vendor, what is going to be your total delivery time vendor is going to take, right? What is going to be in-house? If you say I'm going to produce it in-house, what is going to be my in-house production time, right? If there is any safety stock that you need to maintain, safety stock is a buffer stock, right? Because suppose if your metal is getting consumed, at some point of time you cannot say the metal is going to coming to zero and then I'm going to order the stock, right? You cannot afford your production to go for a halt. Production has to be continuous. That will be something called as a buffer stock. There's nothing but a safety stock. How much of safety stock you want to maintain, right? So how you are going to do? There are multiple planning runs are there. Whether you're going to do for a make to stock or a make to order or pre-planning with assembly. See, you are having make to order assembly stock. How do you want to define this MRP triggering, right? What is the total? I was explaining you the replenishment lead time and all, right? Yesterday I was telling you. Replenishment lead time forms a major thing. Now, when you're doing this availability check, I showed you that 10 days, right? You create a date on 10 days. It takes, I think, total of 4 days of your pick and pack, right? Plus 2 days of your transit time and 4 days of your replenishment lead time. So totally it comes to 10 days. So that it will give you which date your metal is available, right? So these things are part of your metal master. So when you see here whether the metal is subjected to a bomb, right? If you are having a metal that is subjected to bomb, you can define it, because if metal is subjected to production, right? Then if metal is subject to advanced planning, you would have known this, right? So that's defined how you want to run the heuristics there, right? So this is basically how your metal gets triggered. Now I'm just showing you how are the different things that are required, right? So when you see here, right? So when you see here, one more thing is so there is something called as an accounting view. Accounting view is how your material gets aligned to your valuations, right? So suppose which GL to hit, right? Suppose this particular material 2283, right? What I do is I get the stock, I post some stock on this particular material, the goods receipt. Okay, so what I do is I post some stock 2263, I think, right? 2283, sorry, 2283 quantity. I put some 10 quantity where I put in this particular plant, I put in this particular storage location, right? This metal I've created, I'm just posting for 10 quantity of stock. I put a check, it's creating a batch, posting it, right? This metal document has got posted. What I do is I take this metal document, I go to this metal document, display, metal document, when you see this particular metal document, for every metal moment, there will be something called as a metal document created. Go to document info. I go to all FI documents. You see there is an accounting document, there is a metal ledger, right? When you see here, when I click on this accounting document, you see here, this is hitting a specific GL, right? This is a GL. Inventory will be hitting an inventory trading goods, finance balance. So this basically it's hitting this particular GL. How do you know this is hitting this particular GL only? Right? Because when you see here, so this is for this, when you see this particular hitting this particular GL, suppose if I say, you see here, when I click on this, there is something called as, I'm just giving you, I'll just explain a little later. There's a transaction called as BSX. Transaction in the sense, you see this transaction, basically how your account gets determined. Suppose if you see BSX, there will be something called as your chart of accounts. Chart of accounts is something that is getting higher assigned at a company code level. So when I say, you see this is the GL. When you see here, 1360000, this is the GL that is getting hit. For this, what is the valuation class? 3100, right? So 2283, right? So what is the valuation class here? 3100, right? I posted this particular metal. So this valuation class will play a major role in deciding which general ledger it has to go and hit. Because every metal will have a different way by which it hits the particular GL. Or it has to, it will not hit all in one GL, right? General ledger and the finance terms I'm talking about. So when you see here, this is hitting this particular GL. Suppose if you say the same thing, if I extend it, so let me show you. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll use a different material. 1 minute, let me check metal documents. Okay, this is what I posted, right? Okay, when you see this is a finished goods. What I used a different goods, now it's a finished goods. When I see this particular material document, so there is an accounting document. You see here this is hitting a different GL, right? This is hitting a different GL, not the same GL. Now, here what is the transaction? Transaction is again BSX. So what I do is, I go back to this. Okay, what I do is, so when you see here, what is this particular GL? 13400, the 5 times 0, right? 134 5 times 0. That means to say, what is the valuation class which is picked up from the metal master here? It should be 7920. But when you see this particular metal is basically trading goods. Now, if I open the same material, I go to this particular material. I say I'm aligning to the accounting views. See, what is the valuation class? I use this particular metal. When you see here, this is the valuation class, right? So that is the reason it is hitting this particular GL. The valuation class plays a major role in hitting the particular GL. Because this is important because these are the things that is a functional consultant will know, which are normally an end user will not know. For him, it has to be a GL. Irrespective of whatever he's doing, there is a GL that is assigned, it has to be. But who is going to configure all this setup in system? That's where the functional consultant's role comes in.
Hey there, want to nail supply management? Dive into our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 2020 training course. It's all about mastering the art of handling supplies hassle-free. In this course, you will explore SAP S4 HANA Logistics, your go-to toolkit for seamless planning, ensuring products reach their destination smoothly. We cover it all, from basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, this course guarantees top-notch learning. Your instructors, they are seasoned pros, ready to guide you through every step and tackle all your queries. And guess what? Our students adore this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The cherry on top, it's budget friendly. Get ready to ace SAP S4 HANA Logistics without breaking the bank. Keen to level up your logistics game? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.